But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unamento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
What's going on in Discord?
A few people in there. Turned all my lights off and I actually need to do an unboxing of something. I'll go on mute and unbox it on camera. Hopefully that won't kill the conversation.
There's a conversation going on.
Everyone in there's on mute, so I don't know if anybody's around. For a third Shure SM7B. So these microphones are notorious for being faked. That is to say, people in China create fake ones. And there's a few telltale signs that let you know that it's not fake from an advert. Now, you can't always see those on the advert, but when I do, I like to try and haggle them and get them, get that mic for cheap because it's got loads of fakes. It is easier to convince the person who's selling their real one to sell it for decent money, or cheap, basically. So I've bought these mics in the vain hope that one day I'll do a podcast with more than one person in this room, or in a room, in which case, having three really good mics that are good at background noise rejection, which the SM7B is something that I'd like to have. 3 quality dynamic mics, or 4, although this is my third. Not a lot of fluff on it. But, I'll give it a quick test, make sure it works. I can't see any reason why it wouldn't. Definitely been used. Legit. And I like getting mics that cost several £100 for less than that. Guy's got a cat or something because it's covered in cat hair or some sort of nasty fluff. Get all that off before I put my mouth near it. How are you, Neil? You good?
Everything is roses.
I don't know if people weren't expecting me to have a show today because there wasn't very many people in Discord when I started. Hello, Discord.
Yeah,
Can Can I get a sound check from you guys just to make sure Discord actually works? Hello? Must be somebody sat at their computer in this voice channel.
Sounds good.
Well,
There you go. Who was that? Harp. No?
Sounds good. I just can't talk right this morning.
Perfect. I just needed a sound check. Thank you, Surf Daddy.
yeah, I was just about to tell you, Surf Daddy's dealing with dogs. Dogs. Ooh. Ooh.
Very
Got
good.
dogs that are randomly barking a little too much this morning, so it'd be more chaos than it's worth.
Fair enough.
So, Nathan, what do you do for New Year's Eve? You just hang with the family, or?
There's some meme or video about making a New Year drink with gummy bears. That's what we'll be doing. Making our gummy bear New Year drink. That's about all we've got planned.
So hanging with the family, I got you. So I like that. Like we had some of the best New Year's I've had with just me, my wife, and my boys. Be great if my daughters could be here too, but 900-mile difference.
Hey, Central Goat.
Hello, new pods. Do they sound any better than the last set?
Yeah, sound really good.
You guys got to see this video. I have a different opinion on Angels of Light. I've seen this video. It's in Master B with pitch data. I don't know who he's talking to. I don't know if it's a pilot or somebody involved with flight, but somebody else picked it up on TikTok. I think it's something you would like to review, Nathan.
Why?
Really good.
Well, it reminds me of listening to Anthony Riley debating within the paradigm and taking apart within the paradigm. So it is interesting, but it gives them so much to begin with to then take it off them, which is a painful process. But you've already given them, and they're not going to let you take it off them. I don't know, man. I prefer the don't give them their paradigm in the first instance approach.
Which one you're talking about? Because the video I see in pitch data is not long at all. It takes them right to the pitch data and is taking them, this is what would happen on a globe. And now you're flying nose up, right? You're never pitching down. I think it's good. Now, I hate going to the globe and pulling it apart. But in this case, he does a good job.
I'm referring to the most recent one where he inputs a sphere radius 3959 and has an aeroplane take off from it and shows the consequences of that. So he's giving them the globe.
Who is he? Is he doing it? All right. Is it the video that's there right now, the only one I see from the price of Adam?
Oh, right, Nathan, anyway, been busy?
You're not going out to Neil. You're saying, is the video you're talking about the only one that's linked in?
I didn't realize a question. Sorry, I thought you said that you've only seen one. I'll have a look now, see if there's two.
It's from
I'm good.
Facebook. It's Price of Adams posted it.
Yeah, that was at 6:30 this morning, GMT.
Doing the usual purchasing microphones when I've been saying I won't be.
Oh, very good. Are you selling many? You breaking even? You in the black yet?
Oh, I'm absolutely in the black. Let's just try it. Check 1, 2. How does this one sound? Any good?
Sounds good.
Sounds good?
But you know, sometimes I tell you they sound good, and then when I listen to the show, I'm hearing a buzzing on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So
I wouldn't
this
imagine
one sounds good here.
this is an outstanding quality microphone. This is made by Shure and is about £400 retail. Not that I paid anywhere near that for it, but this is a very expensive microphone. The original version being the one that Michael Jackson used on Thriller. He used an SM7. This is an SM7B. So this is a very high quality microphone. It's also the one that Joe Rogan speaks into. So when you see Joe Rogan talking into a microphone, this is the microphone he uses.
Okay, I can understand Joe Rogan. He works out. He's one of them MMA guys. I can understand him because he can hold a 400-pound mic. But freaking Michael Jackson, there's no way he's holding a 400-pound mic.
400 pounds as in the price, like dollars, pounds. Yeah. So this would be a $400 microphone. I think it's about the same price over there as it is over here because of import prices. You know, it costs more in pounds, in other words. But because it's an American mic or Mexican made, it's not. It's Chinese made now. But, you know, it's an American brand, sure. But it's all right. Not quite as nice a condition as the one I've already got, or the two I've already got. But I don't mind. I can tart it up a little bit. Very nice. Right, let's put it away.
Beautiful. I hope you get a bundle for it. So back to this video. I think it's something you'd like to go over. It's up to you, though, of course.
This is one of a few mics that I'm going to keep. Well, my intention is to have this mic, as I said earlier. If I ever do the show from this room with more than one person here, I can't then use my shotgun mic. It'll just cause interference, right? You just get a whole load of weird noises when it picks up the person next to you. So what you need is dynamic mics right up to people's mouths. That's why Joe Rogan uses them. So you can have lots of guests all in the same room and it's not causing horrendous crosstalk on all the different mics because they're like low sensitivity, close proximity mics. Well, for me, although I've only got 2 channels currently, if I ever had a third person in the room, I'd want 3 of these. Now, I do actually have a 4th mic that's similar but from a different brand, from Electro Voice. So I could do a 4-person podcast from this room and have no crosstalk or limited crosstalk. So that's what it's for. Keep it out. Thinking should have put it behind me. No, I'll decide later. Where can I put it for now?
I went around my nan's last week, and my 8-year-old cousin was there with a karaoke machine, and it was this little speaker that a microphone was connected to. And boy, did she love that. She was just ranted into it the whole time. So whatever came to her mind, she just said with this microphone. And it had a good distance on it. You know, she could be several rooms away and still sing her heart out. So what I was doing, I was coming up with little beats in my mind, Nathan, because it reminded me of, you ever listen to Mark E. Smith on The Fall? He just rants along.
Cool.
Your daughters have that? Little karaoke machine?
They can do it through the system, so if they ever do want to sing, I've done a few videos where they've done songs. I don't know if you ever saw my youngest daughter doing I Love Pancakes, but I just whack it up to the stereo, because the stereo's like a PA, or could be used as
Yeah,
a
I was
PA.
thinking about getting one myself to use as a PA, so if I can't get my housemate's attention, I can just turn it on.
You can just get a desk. I mean, if you get a little interface, you run it into your computer, and then you can run that out into any hi-fi, and then any hi-fi just becomes like a PA. It's just making sure that your speakers aren't going to get blown up if someone turns the mic up too loud. It's very easy to destroy speakers with microphones if you don't know what you're doing.
I imagine so.
Oh, I'm well chuffed. So this is one of 2 mics I have got several mics. They're always coming in, but 2 mics that I've purchased for my own use, and one of them is a little pencil condenser that you'd use for recording things like acoustic guitar. And I bought it, spares or repair, for £30. I'm like, if it works, I'll keep it. It'll just, sit in a box somewhere in case I ever want to record an acoustic guitar or whatever with a little pencil condenser that's quite bright. I thought if it doesn't work, it'll just go in the bin, and it's a 30 quid gamble I'm prepared to take. And it came, and it was advertised as just the mic, spares or repair. And when I spoke to the seller, she's like, I got it at an auction. I'm not sure if it works or not, hence spares or repair. So I'm like, that's a pretty good gamble in my opinion. If the person just doesn't know whether or not it works, there's a fair chance it will. So I got it, and it came. It had the foamy, the clip, and the mic worked perfectly. I'm like, wow. I'm absolutely delighted. That mic worked, and now I've got this mic as well. I'm just colouring in with colouring in the threads with an indelible marker, which is what I do on black metal when it's got all scrapes on it. Just colour it in.
Well, if you're not looking for it, you won't notice it.
Yeah, I mean, it just has to look nice if it ever appears on camera. I mean, what's more important is that it sounds nice, right?
Of course. Just to let you know, I spoke to I don't know if you saw it, Master B, but I spoke to somebody who studied environmental science at Plymouth University, and they were very interested in flat Earth. So we went for the wrangle dangle, and I got a few funny quotes from her in response to some of the housekeeping questions.
Okay. Are they worth saving for the live show?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, we'll go through them on the live show.
Sounds good. Is that video working for you that I haven't put it? It must be. It's the Facebook link.
I haven't looked yet.
Why don't you use this time to check it so we're prepared?
Getting the fluff off my new microphone, Neil. That's why. I am, literally. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting the fluff off this mic.
Well, I can't see you doing that. Looks
not
like
hear
to
it?
me like you're just pushing buttons.
I'm getting the fluff off. This guy's got a cat or something, and it's got like little hairs and little bits of fluff on this mic. I'd rather get an original, genuine Shure that's been used, because someone, that's the other thing that tends to distinguish the fakes from the real ones. You can get a fake one dirt cheap, new, like they'll advertise it as new. Whereas if somebody spent 400 quid on a mic, there's a good chance they'll use it, right? They're not just going to buy it and stick it in a cupboard and then go a year later. Well, that and this guy had a receipt. That's always a good sign that it's real, like when they've got an Amazon receipt.
Receipts help.
Yeah, well, it just either somebody's a confidence trickster and they're going to the effort of reproducing a fake receipt, which I just don't think people are that maybe, but not for something that's costing 150 quid or whatever. It's just not worth the effort. But to distinguish it from all the fakes, that's what somebody who had bought a real one would do. When they've paid 390 quid or whatever he paid for it 18 months ago on Amazon. And there's so many people out there that want to be YouTubers, that want to have a podcast. So they're all full of spunk and want to do it, and then they do it. They buy themselves a really nice mic like this one, do a podcast, get 3 viewers, and go, oh, what a waste of time. And then they shove the mic in a cupboard, and then 18 months later, they're like, I'm sure I could get 100 quid for that.
Exactly. You've got to persevere.
Hey, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Had a nice Christmas?
Yeah, I'm glad it's over, though.
Me too.
Me too. That means me 3. I'm glad you're here, Refracted.
Me too. Great to have you, John.
Is there something going on?
Well, we're going to review this Angels of Weiss Well, I shouldn't call him that. I think he did good in this video. Angels of Light guy going over Stata and Flight with somebody on TikTok, but it looks like a third party picked up the video and is reviewing it. And I don't think they're flat earthers, the people reviewing it, but their eyes are opened to what Flight is demonstrating. It's pretty cool. Up on deck.
Hi guys, you all right?
Hey up.
Hey up, lad. How's it going?
Oh, this jockey.
Disco here, disco there, disco everywhere.
None of these ever asked has so funny.
What's happening then?
We might be talking about pitch data. How exciting.
You're going to need a horizontal baseline for that, mate.
Yeah, having spoke to a university graduate of environmental science, I can very much concur with Refracted Church's statement earlier this year about the lack of respect for horizontal plane of reference. It makes my toes curl, man. They need it more than we do. The amount of disrespect for it. It's shameful behaviour.
Every example they give you, like Dave McKeegan and Simon Dan, they'll also be using it in their examples of how Earth gets measured. Simon Dan with his elevation angles, Dave Twangle McKeegan with his elevation profile across sea level. But they all use it. They've got no choice but to use it because that's how it works. Every so-called globe proof will require a horizontal baseline for probably an elevation angle measurement or sea level for an elevation profile. When you know this, it's just so relaxing, and it's great when you know this now because you don't have to worry about anything, do you?
Yeah, well, it is for us one day, but it isn't if you've paid thousands and spent years learning absolute nonsense that can be undone by somebody who works in a factory, listen to YouTube on the weekend.
Yeah. It's just measured flat. That guy in Discord now, what's he called? He's been bloody annoying me. The guy who just interrupts you every time you nearly finish a sentence. What's his name?
Oh?
Yeah. Oh, he gets on my bloody nerves in. He's always harping on to himself. Well, all the lunatics are out in the supermarket again, I see. I've just been up to, I'm working today, sort of, doing as little as possible, but I've had to poke me in a few jobs, little jobs, and the lunatics are out. As if like there's a scarcity of food again. Looking ridiculous.
Well, it is New Year's Eve. Majority of people are either taking wine somewhere or some food or they're hosting something and putting the spread out. It's only normal.
Happy New Year!
Hey, Happy New Year!
Almost. It's New Year's Eve for anybody watching this on a re-up or on the second channel in a fortnight's time when it's nowhere near New Year and we're in the middle of January. But yes, it is New Year's Eve today. So happy New Year for tomorrow to all of you who are watching. I think I probably will do a show tomorrow. We'll see how it goes.
That ruins my idea. I was going to say we have to say it because you're not going to have a show tomorrow.
I might do.
But
I haven't decided
that.
yet. Just depends. I haven't decided. Depends on what mood I'm in. I don't tend to get drunk anymore on New Year's Eve. It's kind of young man's game, which I'm not anymore. So I don't tend to do that anymore. Drink, that is.
One drink on New Year's Eve. That's when the bells hit. Clock strikes 12. Raise the champagne. Happy New Year. That's it.
Go ahead, Elvis. Elvis, do you want to pop yourself on mute? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I've got a gummy bear lined up, a gummy bear drink that apparently has been on TikTok that the kids want to make. So we've got all the ingredients for that, and we'll be making that.
Now, you got to be careful with the gummy bear. You're talking about candy gummy bears, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because there's gummies out there today. I hear people talking about them all the time. I had a gummy, and boy, did I feel good.
Oh, you're talking
I
about,
had a gummy, and it just made my tooth hurt.
about THC in edible format, right? You're talking about a cannabis gummy bear.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know either. I've not done that sort of thing since I was a kid.
I wouldn't either, but it's like really popular. Like people that never even smoked, all of a sudden are gummies and eating these chocolate candy bars and having a happy, happy day.
Well, fair enough. It got like that about 10 years ago here in the UK when they decriminalised it to a certain degree. And over in the States, they've been making it less and less illegal in whatever state you're in. Obviously not all states. And therefore the acceptance level of doing it has gone up. My attitude towards it is still a drug. So, you know, just be careful.
Absolutely. It's funny how something could be deemed wrong and people can go to prison for it. Like gambling, for instance, betting on football games. But then when the government makes it legal, then it's not a crime anymore. Ain't that something?
Yeah, weird. I mean, we've seen it throughout history, right? Prohibition being the perfect example of it. The thing that's the most accepted drug there is, alcohol, suddenly isn't legal. And then, you know, you go to prison if you've got a speakeasy.
And now you have
that's what made the mafia very powerful was the prohibition, because what it did was it made them a lot of money. And then they had the money and then they had the power. So it's the government's fault for giving the organized crime the power that they had prohibition on.
Yeah, I'm sure the same is true for almost all narcotics.
I don't think it is as strong as the prohibition, because remember, the prohibition, everybody wanted to drink. Like it was legal before, and then they stopped everybody from drinking. There's certain things that everybody's not going to want to do, like your harder things. You know what I mean? Not everybody wants to smoke marijuana, so you could legalize it, and it still wouldn't have the impact that outlawing alcohol had during that time.
Right. What you're saying is because not everybody's into smoking weed. If you
Correct.
make it legal and then make it illegal, it won't have as big an impact as when legality is ascribed to drinking and then you take that away. Suddenly it has a huge impact because there's a lot more people who want to be drinking, even
Absolutely.
casually. I see. Are we going to talk about flat Earth today or what?
Yeah, let's do that video. I'm excited about it.
Well, I was just going to ask Nathan, obviously things have progressed and we are sort of doing things a little bit differently, but every year we've sort of got a new approach. I think it was last year, front foot forward, Earth's measured flat. How would you sum up going forward in the not New Year, because it's in January?
How would I summarise what? Ask again.
Like last year, I think we've had the Celestial Navigation, the Black Swan. Last year we was going forward on the front foot, telling people how Earth is measured flat off the front foot. So how would you sum up going into 2026 with our approach as we've developed our ways?
I don't know. I think an abandonment of the old school style of anti-globe debate will be a continuation of the recognition that Earth is measured flat. So obviously in 2025, we've all been very excited to put that rhetoric out into the public domain. That is to say, to tell people how Earth is measured flat is quite exciting. Where's my clicker? Whereas in 2026, I think, I don't know if apathy is the right word, being a bit more apathetic to the subject. That is to say, or indifferent maybe is the right word. Like, yeah, I've tried to push that forward by saying it's no big deal. And that is kind of how I feel. I don't feel as compelled to try and convert next man away from their rhetoric of a ball. In some ways, I feel the opposite. I feel like, believe what you like, because I now know. So there's a sort of quiet confidence in myself that I feel now I know the score beyond any reasonable doubt, or beyond any doubt in terms of how Earth is measured. It is just flat. But you go from wanting a silver bullet so you can annihilate the rumpus in debate to going, I don't care. You get your silver bullet and you're like, now you've got it. Do you really want to use it? Not necessarily. It's weird how that happens. So, I don't know. Is apathy the right word, perhaps?
Yeah, but we are using it. I think personally, we just keep going forward the way we are. And I agree with you, Nathan. To me, it's not a big deal. And just continue to go on the way we're going on, because Earth is measured flat. People are either going to catch on or they're not. But everything is right out there for them.
That is the right word.
And I can definitely... Sorry, Nathan. I'm just saying I can definitely relate to what you said there, Nathan, because I've said it the last few weeks. I think I'm feeling very relaxed about it all. I have got myself wound up in the past, and like you've just pointed out, you want the silver bullet to go and destroy people and convert people. I feel really, really happy and relaxed that knowing what I know, and I can just tell people, well, it's measured flat, and that's the way it is. Every example you're going to give me, you will be pointing that out to me. And I think it's a great feeling.
Do you feel like, I don't feel like the ballers never wind me up. They never do. Flat earthers, supposed flat earthers, they're the ones that wind me up a little bit. I'm serious, because they don't want to push the measurements. You don't have to push it. Just demonstrate it. And it's like everybody's shying away from it, pushing away from the silver bullet. Here's the silver bullet. No, we don't want it. You keep it over there.
Yeah. I think there's a reason behind that, or in my opinion, the reason behind that is because when you first came to this subject, there's a feeling of inadequacy and stupidity attached to the non-recognition of flatness of the Earth. So like, how did I miss it? How stupid am I? Well, you get that feeling again if you've spent 5 years, 10 years, however long, arguing for Earth not being a ball and calling yourself a flat earther. And then we come along and go, it's not that serious. It was measured flat the whole time. And then you launch into, well, if Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to horizon. And the person you're saying that to stops you and goes, you've just used 2 flat Earth measurements. What are you doing? And why continue in that discussion when you're already using measurements that can only be done on a flat Earth? You don't need to do anything else. Just stop. And they're like, no, but I want to show somebody else how smart I am. And I go, why? In other words, it is the right word. I looked it up. Apathetic, showing a feeling. Read from that distance. Showing or feeling no interest, enthusiasm, or concern. Well, yeah, that's how I kind of feel about the anti-globe rhetoric that I used to spew myself. I'm like, I don't care. Believe you're on a ball. You will need flat Earth measurements to do it, but I don't care. I know it's flat. And maybe with me saying those words, so do you. Now, the reality is when you talk about someone like Dave McKeegan or Simon Dan or Professor Dave, you say, well, they're spewing out their flat Earth measurements to suggest they're on a ball all day long. Yeah, but they haven't recognised it, have they? So when it comes to them having you point it out, they go, I don't want to use that measurement because you'll just welcome me to flat Earth. Well, yeah, because you're using a flat Earth prerequisite in the form of measurements to make your argument. Therefore, you haven't recognised that you're using flat Earth measurements, or you wouldn't be using them. So when, in this case, one deck goes to Dave McKeegan, tell me all about Eratosthenes. Tell me how he measured Earth. And Dave McKeegan turns around and goes, I don't want to do that. You'll welcome me to flat Earth. Yeah, that's the awful truth, isn't it? You don't want to be welcomed to flat Earth, but you're already using the flat Earth prerequisite elevation measurements to suggest that you're on a ball. Well, that's your bad, not mine. But it'll make them feel stupid. Same applies to flat earthers who've been arguing against a ball with flat Earth measurements that already proved their point to a point where they'd win. Well, beyond that, to the point where it wasn't ever an argument. Both sides had to agree on the prerequisite flat Earth that they were measuring to have the discussion. That will make them feel stupid.
Yeah, but hold on. You're talking about a guy like that. He doesn't want to be welcome to flat Earth. Then why are you using the measurements? Nathan, he has no choice. He has to use the measurements. So he's really stuck. Is that the rock and the hard place we talk about?
Yes.
Because he is stuck.
Yeah, it is the rock and the hard place. You either acknowledge how flat Earth must be for your prerequisite, I don't know, elevation description. If you're going to describe how you're at 30,000 feet, what, perpendicular to a plane of reference measured from sea level with an altimeter, altitude's a flat Earth prerequisite. It's a flat Earth measurement. You're going to use that measurement and then start talking about how the distance to the horizon is or isn't ball-shaped? No, because I'm going to stop you in your tracks and point out that you've already measured Earth flat. Why would you need to do anything else? And the answer is you don't. But when you recognise that, you realise there was never an argument to be having, but you've been having it. Again, makes you feel stupid, doesn't it?
This was one of my points. Well said, Nathan. I was just going to point out, when you already said it slightly, a good point that we can make is we're no longer arguing about this matter. Yeah, going forward, it's not an argument. And like Neil pointed out, there's some people in the surveys who, I don't know what it is. I think we here have accepted that it isn't an argument, and we're not afraid to admit that, because we know the discussion or the facts of the matter will still continue. Doesn't mean we have to end the show and all go home and bury our heads. It will still go on. The show will go on. Yeah. But I think a lot of people are scared to say, well, God, we've got to the end of this now, and it's so simple. It's just a measurement, and we can and explain how it's measured. That's just too simple. Yep. We can't. They're scared to do this.
Yeah, I don't understand that, because, like you said, the show's still going to go on. There's still so much that you can talk about. There's people that, if they do come, you can educate them in measurements. Maybe they've never seen them before. But some people feel like just demonstrating how Earth is measured flat ends everything, will end their show. What are they going to talk about? How are they going to be the superiority people? I don't know, man. It's silly to me. There's so much to talk about.
But back in the day when we believed Earth was flat, you had Validation Boy arguing for not telling people, because then you get to quietly feel special without anybody knowing. Whereas if you just tell everybody, then no one's special, because everybody gets to believe Earth is flat alongside you. Now the difference is completely stark compared to, well, don't tell people you believe in Earth being flat, because then you're letting them have some secret information that they weren't aware was out there, and they don't need to have it. They'll just tell you you're wrong. Why bother? Don't waste your breath. Just know with a smug smile that you have got a belief in something they haven't. And it's special to you. Just leave it that way. Now it's like, well, it wasn't special to anybody, because rather than being a belief I hold and you don't know about, if you're measuring Earth, you're using it flat too. So is everybody. I mean, that bridge is getting quick built, if you ask me. That bridge between us talking about our belief in flat Earth and the normies measuring it flat in all instances.
Just going to say, Nathan, also, over the years we've discussed, but going back to Black Swan arguments and things, we did rinse and repeat that. And sometimes you have to do that for it to get into people's heads and realise what you're saying and what you're pointing out. And I think that's very true now with what you're doing, Nathan, with the normie videos. And we're just talking about the actual measurements, getting normies to demonstrate it. And the more we do that, the more it will become apparent that everybody measures Earth flat. And that's what we're doing, and that's how we're going to go into the new year, even though it's not a new year in January.
Yes. That's my favourite part of current times in terms of the flat Earth debate, if you want to call it that. How do you get from it being a minority belief to being accepted by everybody as having always been the case. In between the mocking, the ridicule, the violent opposition, and then eventual acceptance. How do you get from one to the other? We need something on the other side of that seesaw that was already there to begin with, and this is that thing. The fact that Earth is always measured flat, without exception, requiring there be a build-up of mocking and ridiculing people like ourselves for believing Earth is flat, leaving our anti-flat Earth opponents the ability to use all the flat Earth measurements without anybody recognising that fact. And then them having to contradict themselves in their terminology when they say things like, well, sea level's bent. What? They got away with it for 10 years. Now we're at the point where we go, well, you can believe that, but that's violation of an axiomatic principle that's used in Earth measurements in all Earth circumstances when measuring Earth. Now, if you want to believe that you've got a violation of a principle that's used in its axiom to measure Earth, then you can believe that, but it won't change how Earth gets measured by everyone in all circumstances and without exception. Now, for Joe Normie, they can look at that, not the people who are ingrained into anti-globism or anti-flat earthism, formerly known as globe believers and flat earthers. For the normie, they can just look on the situation and go, well, okay, so you're talking about how it's measured. Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah, it is measured flat. That's the end of that discussion. There's no more debate because there wasn't ever one to begin with.
Yep, totally agree. And I think that going forward, is continuing with that is going to be that is going to be the way. I think, yeah, as well as everything else we've discussed so far.
It's going to come with great. It's going to come with great resistance.
I don't think it will.
People on our own side.
No, I don't think it will. The stupid factor is the arguing for it being not a ball and not recognising that arguing it for it not being a ball requires you measure it flat when you're calling yourself a flat earther. As long as you're trained to say Earth's not a ball because, you can use the flat Earth measurements without realising it and still call yourself a flat earther. Very well orchestrated in that regard. But for a normie, they don't have a vested interest. They don't care. Right? They just look at the situation and decide which one will make me feel more stupid. Learning how to contradict myself in terms or understanding how it's measured. And they're just going to assess it and go, well, it's measured flat, isn't it? And that will be the terms they use. Not, I always knew it was flat, as I've suggested previously. They'll just go, well, it's just measured flat. Because they'll look at how it's measured, see it's flat and say it. So it's not like they have to understand and appreciate that they need to demean the globe that they're not affirming when they look at the measurements and just say it like it is. They'll look at the measurements and go, well, it's just measured flat with the same upward inflection that I just used. They're not going to feel the need to satisfy Simon Dan by saying, that's because it's a really big ball and we don't only measure Earth flat. They'll just go, well, it's just measured flat with a shrug of the shoulders. Because what else do they need to say? They don't need to acknowledge anything. Normally, we'll just look at how it's measured and go, well, such as it's measured. Flat. Because it is.
I agree. I'm not talking about the normies. I'm talking about the people that have been in this arena with us since the beginning, since the start, since its inception. People that have argued, people that have debunked the globe. They're not going to receive this, with great joy and go forward. There's going to be resistance. People still want to unpack a globe.
Yeah,
before
I get that.
Into flat Earth.
And again, I'm apathetic to their cause. I don't care if you want to unpack your form of belief. You can spend all day fighting against Scientology if you're an ex-Scientologist, rather than getting on with your day. And that's your prerogative if you choose to do so. If you want to fight against the former guard of belief in terms of being on a globe, yeah, feel free. You can be an anti-glober. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to come up with some list of arguments against the ball that you can't use. Do what you like. That's entirely your prerogative. Me and Normie, that's the majority, by the way, will just look at it how it is and assess it for what it is and how it's measured. Flat. Now, they're not going to, as I said earlier, concern themselves with apologising for the very small majority of anti-flat earthers out there, or anti-globers, as you're describing them, formerly known as flat earthers. No, you weren't. You were never flat earthers. You were anti-globers. All you wanted to do was brace against your former belief. Now you left that cult. And what are you going to be faced with? Well, a load of staunch advocates for that belief. What we call anti-flat earthers. The people who are saying, well, of course you're on a globe. Now, Normie, who's just come out of their indoctrination centre, known as school, will just use an Ipsit-Dixit fallacy and tell you that they're on a globe because they say so. Why? Well, because that's what they were trained to believe. But most people don't care. When they asked you 5 years ago, what difference does it make? Those are the people who will look at the measurements and go, who cares? It's just measured flat. Because what difference does it make? Well, none. It always was being measured flat. It always will be measured flat. And as you're assessing it in the here and now, it's measured flat. Earth is flat. Exactly as measured. So they're going to say, well, if they're being confronted by an anti-flat earther who tells them that it's because it's a really big ball and we don't only measure it flat, they're going to go, well, what difference does it make if it's just measured flat? Because it is. That's what you'll be facing if you're an anti-flat earther. Now, if you're an anti-glober and you're stuck in that perpetual cycle of arguing with anti-flat earthers about Earth not being a ball, stay there. Yeah, we're done with you. We can move on with our day. We can move on with our lives and just look at the measurements of Earth and assess them for what they are. And Normie will go with whatever is easiest, whatever requires the least mental processing. If it's easier to just look at the measurements and go, well, it's just flat, that's what they will do. They won't look at the measurements and start apologising for how globe-shaped it isn't. That requires far too much mental processing. They just won't do it. They'll just look at the measurements and say it like it is. Earth's flat because it's measured flat.
Yeah. Remember the mapping company guy with the trigs? He was exactly like that, Nathan, wasn't he? He was just showing us, how sea level's measured on these trig points and how it's all horizontal and level. Really enjoying his job.
Talking of which,
out how
there was a short video I watched from some guy with FE in the title of his channel, and this guy is wittering on about trig points on the side of a church with all of the mounting fixtures that you can mount the equipment onto, and then around the corner from the same metal fixture with the benchmark number, there's an actual carved benchmark that looks like the table with the 3 lines coming down from it. A benchmark, right? We've covered them many times. Well, this guy looked at that, then looked at the lightning rod coming down to the ground and said that the trig point was a light socket or a plug socket, and talking about presumably Tartarian bullshit and Antiquitech. And I looked at it and I'm like, echoing Neil's sentiments from earlier, it's not the anti-flat earthers that annoy me anymore, it's the so-called flat earthers. When they're talking about a trig point, something that is used to measure Earth flat, as a socket. You're like, you dipshit. Really? Are you this stupid? Yeah, people around us are very stupid. And they put flat Earth in their names, in their video titles. Very irritating.
Yeah, I mean, you just want him to talk about how that could be used to determine your height above sea level, obviously, with a FE in front of your name. You know what I mean?
That's why I think this video, Nathan, it's a normie going over it. So when a normie's confronted with it, you're going to be surprised at his reaction.
Neil wants me to cover this video that we've had posted in our internal chat. And I don't know, every time I hope that it's going to be something like described as a normie, when it's covering someone like Angels of Light, I know already this will inevitably have a ton of stuff that's anti-flat earth, old school. I don't know. We'll cover it anyway. I mean, it's about the 7th time someone's mentioned it.
Well, it's because the guy's reaction. Not the guy he's Angels of Light is discussing things with. It's the guy that's reviewing the video. He's the normie. And he is pleasantly surprised at the fact that, hey, it's just flat.
Okay. Not getting any sound out of it. Oh, yeah, here we go.
That you expect to laugh at. Just another debate between a flat earther and a globe defender. But then The guy loads up real flight simulation software, like proper 3D Earth curvature, real dimensions, proper altitude profiles, and suddenly the whole conversation...
The narrator's already in a contradiction of terms. There is no globe altitude. What's he talking about? Happy New Year, Nathan and panel and family. 2026 could be disclosure year once they shelf the fake alien invasion. Thank you very much for the super chat. Who is it that's actually super chatted that? Look. Sorry, I've run out of space on my page. BMR006. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Conversation takes a turn. Not a weird turn, a logical one. One of those moments where you stop, lean back, and go, hold up, wait a second. Because right out the gate, he asks the simplest question ever. Is the plane nose up or nose down right here?
Yeah, there you go. Now it's nose down.
Now, let me ask you the question. Is that plane nose down?
In relation to that, no.
Exactly. So nothing. So you just unproved yourself, brother.
But he had to nose down.
Not nose down.
But he had to nose down to guys. Come on. In order for me to fly around the globe, I needed to nose down. So if I don't...
So...
Nate, you was right.
Yeah, within, what is it, 30 seconds, we've got Angels of Weiss talking about, if I'm on a globe, I've got to nose down.
Give him a chance.
Let me just get it out, Neil. Why? Why if we're on a globe? No, the altimeter, the measurement is from surface level. It's registering from sea level, and there's a dial that you have to dial in how high you are off sea level when you're at an airport to keep the whole system in check, to measure your altitude. When you fly parallel with the ground. There's various different flight levels for all the different planes to not hit each other. Yeah? It's not like the ones on the higher altitudes are flying a greater distance because we're on a ball. You don't have to mention the ball. They're just flying parallel with the ground at a flight level. So in terms of how they fly nose up with respect to horizontal. That's how it's measured. So it's nose up with respect to horizontal, therefore not nosing down on a ball. You don't need the latter part. You can stop at the point that you point out. The plane is in straight and level flight, measured from the horizontal, nose up with respect to it, in a measurement that can only reference a horizontal plane. It's a degree measurement, it's an angle when they describe the pitch of the plane. Now, can you go and reference this in terms of the black box data? Yeah, we've done it. Yeah, we had all sorts of crappy responses in regards to it being, not raw data. It's like, well, you're telling me that the axiomatic principle of straight and level flight measured from surface level, accurate to sea level, parallel with other planes at different flight levels, has any bearing on whether or not you say that the black box data's gone through an algorithm? Who gives a crap? The principle in terms of how Earth's measured is flat. Notice how that statement didn't involve anything to do with the ball. It didn't need it. But here we are, listening to Angels of Weiss talking about how we're not nosing down on a ball. Irritating. Don't need to say how we're not on a ball when we're measuring Earth flat in the example.
I agree. It is very irritating, but he's setting them up. Just pay attention.
Don't nose down, this is what happens. But you said this is not how...
That's not what happens. Your little diagram there, you would lose the horizon to the bottom.
And the globe guy says, confidently, nose up. Obviously, easy, basic, no debate. But then the flat earther goes, okay, so as we fly over the curve,
As we fly over the curve? So the flat earther's talking about as we fly over a curve. Okay, so we're in straight and level flight parallel with the ground. Ground control to aircraft number 3. Please ascend. That's something that's calculated with a flat earth also. To flight level. And then they read out a number. Now that flight level is parallel with other flight levels. So they don't hit each other. So you don't have mid-air collisions. Now, this is axiomatically tied to a flat Earth measurement. So what have we got Dumbo Angels of Weiss describing? Well, if you fly around a curve, why? You're just opening the door to Dumbo anti-flat Earthers to show you how you're wrong about how a ball doesn't work, which is exactly what we've got on screen. Let's have a look at how it works on a ball, or how it doesn't work on a ball, so we can all argue about either it does or doesn't work on a ball. Very, very irritating.
Do I need to nose down to stay at the same altitude?
What altitude, you dumb fuck? Look up what altitude means. Why are you asking if this flat earth measurement works on a ball? Why are you asking if you have to nose down? Altitude itself is a flat earth prerequisite measurement. So like always, this is a standard 10-year prior old school argument where we take a flat earth measurement and entirely ignore how flat earth must be measured. So we can ask ourselves, does altitude work on a ball? Why are you asking that? It's a flat earth measurement. Once you understand what altitude is, you stop asking yourself if it works on a fucking ball.
And suddenly the whole room shifts.
This is the correct dimensions of the globe. 24,901, 3959.
Where'd you get that from, Angels of Weiss? Did you not look up how the ball got measured? If you're going to launch into how a ball is created for descriptions of how altitude, a flat earth prerequisite measurement, and angle of attack works with respect to a ball, you'd need to know how the ball got created. Well, if you just went and looked at how a ball got measured, you'd realise that that was flat also. But what you want to do is take a flat earth measurement that creates a ball and ignore the flat earth measurement that created it. Then take an altitude measurement from a flat earth and ignore that it came from a flat earth. Then ask if that flat earth measurement worked on a ball that was created with flat earth measurements. Would it work or not? Notice how stupid it is when I summarise the dumbassery that we are having to experience. You've got a dozen different flat earth measurements being used and you're ignoring every single one of them to ask yourself if it can work on a ball. No, they're flat earth measurements.
All right. Now, does this instrument, which maintains rigidity in space, all right, does it align to gravity or does it maintain rigidity in space?
So we're asking about something that you've already explained remains rigid in space. So you've already defined what it does, but you're going to ask, does it adhere to gravity? Well, that would be contradicting it remaining rigid in space, wouldn't it? It's axiomatically tied to giving you the ability to reference the horizontal for your angle of the plane. But if it aligns to gravity, why are you even asking that? It defies the axiomatic measurement principle that it's being used for, so that you can ask if it works on a ball. It is absolutely pathetic in 2026 that we should be doing this.
In space, Hawaii, which one? Which tells the planet's pitch. Does it align to gravity vector or...
No, it's not aligning to a gravity vector. It's utilising a gyroscopic action of remaining rigid in space to give you an angle with respect to horizontal. Or to put it another way, you're measuring Earth flat with it. Now, that's not me giving it as an argument. It's a statement of absolute fact that you've already summarised and then immediately whistled past. Why?
Is it?
Yeah, it's going to align to gravity vector.
Okay.
Oh, so what a shock! Your dumbass opponent is ignoring the axiomatic principle of remaining rigid in space to give you a horizontal to give you a degree measurement from, and affirming your secondary position that you asked about. Oh, so it does align to gravity. What, defying the axiomatic principle that it's useful for? Yeah, of course he's going to say that because you've given him an option to do so. Why? Well, because you've whistled past the flat earth measurement that you're using this tool for. It's used to give you an angle with respect to the horizontal so you can remain in level flight. All three of those statements are flat earth measurements. When I point that out, am I going to ask about whether or not it's aligning to a non-force force that you can think of as a force that's got 5 different versions and the one that's a force was superseded 110 years ago? Are you going to do that? Because that seems stupid to me.
And
also,
you said
Nathan,
we never need to know.
in this view, we're using orthographic, so we don't have perspective to create a horizon to reference either.
Shout out to Unitox Femu. He says, no swearing. Do as I say, not as I do, Unitox Femu.
Nose down, and the plane pilots had all admitted they never need to nose down, and it does.
Sorry, it's not that they need to admit anything. If you understand how their tools measure the surface level, with respect to sea level to remain in straight and level flight when they're ascribed a flight level, you've got 4 different flat Earth measurements. So what, are you going to take those 4 flat Earth measurements and go and ask some dipshit pilot whether or not he's nosing down? Who cares what the pilot says? You've got all the measurements lined up before you went and asked him the question. But if that pilot's a globe believer, he's going to say, actually, we are remaining flight around the globe. Like bullshitting liars named Wolfie6020, a professional pilot who's more than happy to lie. And he did for 10 straight years. Why? Well, because rather than recognising the flat Earth prerequisites that you're using to measure Earth with to remain in straight and level flight when ascribed to flight level from ground control, you're asking the dumbass pilot who's a globe believer. Who cares what the pilot says? You've got measurements. You're already referring to them.
Doesn't show on the pitch data, because if you were nose down, it would show up in the
pitch. What, like with respect to the horizontal plane of reference you need to give an angle? Yeah, you've already got a flat Earth measurement. Just whistle straight past it, I would say, dum-dum. Why not? Just ignore how flat this measurement is so you can ask whether or not it works on a ball. You're an idiot. I'm sick of it.
The pitch data, correct?
Yes, I get you. Yes, if you had the nose down, it would definitely show up in the pitch down. Okay.
If you had to nose down, sorry, how would you measure whether or not you were nose down or not? Oh, you'd measure it with respect to a plane of reference, a flat Earth, whether or not you're nosing down towards the ground, surface level, measured from sea level, or nosing up. What about the measurement itself? Oh, the measurements with respect to horizontal. Used with the tool you've described that remains rigid in space. To give you a horizontal, to ask this question about whether or not it works on a frickin' ball. It is idiotic. You're taking flat Earth measurements and asking ballers whether or not they work on a ball. It is stupid.
Okay, great. Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth. You're about to get pretty cooked here. I'm sorry, but all right, I'm going to take the plane off. It's going to fly.
Shit happens on the internet.
It's going to fly. I'm going to maintain a pressure altitude, so it's going to...
Sorry, you're gonna maintain a pressure altitude. That is to say, you're going to measure your height from surface level with respect to sea level, perpendicular to a plane. So you're going to take your flat Earth measurement, ignore the fact that you're already proving Earth's flat with this measurement, and start asking about whether or not it functions on a ball with a diagrammatical example of whether or not you've got a ball functional and capable with a flat Earth measurement you just whistled past. Can anybody understand why this is so irritating to me?
Yeah, it gets irritating, but it gets better in the end. He's working backwards, Nathan. I agree.
Hey, stop, pause.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because if you're flying around a curved surface...
Right, how are you going to measure your altitude with respect to sea level if you're flying around a curved surface? Do ground control tell you to ascend to a curved fucking level? No, you sound like a dumbass. You sound like somebody who's never studied anything to do with flight. Yeah, they're not ascribing anything to do with curve, but you're asking the question, and why is this normie dipshit asking the question? Because Angels of Weiss has given him the opportunity to. That's why.
Wouldn't you have to follow the curve, right? So
we've already got measurements that show we're not. We're measuring with respect to surface level. We've got an angle with respect to the horizontal. We've got a tool that remains rigid in space to give you the horizontal. We've got an altimeter that gives you your height perpendicular to a plane of reference. And unless you're all parallel with each other, you're going to crash into a different plane. So we've already got 6 rays from Sunday in terms of measurements of flat Earth. I know, let's ignore all of them and ask if this works around a ball.
So he takes the plane, moves it across the simulated Earth, and the moment he stops the camera, man, the plane is now facing away from the Earth. The horizon is dropping. Everything visually says you're climbing. Not maintaining level, climbing.
So you understand at a base level then that you need to maintain level. So just that last little bit that you said, unequivocally demonstrate that Earth is measured flat. But you've asked all this precursor shit that had no bearing on the measurement that you went to at the end of your statement. So to remain in level flight, Earth's flat. That's all you needed. But you've got wankers, fart sniffers, people like Angels of Light who want to seem intellectually superior to next man, sniffing their own farts, telling you how it don't work on a ball. So you can ask a whole bunch of stupid questions and then use a flat Earth measurement at the end. What, level flight? Listen to the words coming out of your own dumb mouth. Level flight. That's all you needed to know Earth's flat. You didn't recognise it because you had a whole bunch of stupid questions given you by a wanker, sniffing his own farts to make himself sound smart. And you bought it, haven't you? Look how smart this flat earther is, you're telling yourself, as you start branching into this belief of a flat earth. Meanwhile, every single one of the flat earth prerequisites been used has been ignored by Angels of Weiss. Ignored completely, so far.
And he keeps asking, do I need to nose down now?
Why is he asking that? You've got measurements of what the plane does. It doesn't nose down. But here we are with Angels of Weiss asking a load of globe believers if we nose down. No, we're measuring our angle. To be nose down, you'd need to measure a flat earth to ask the question. Who cares if you are or you aren't? Because the measurement itself proves a flat earth, you're measuring with respect to horizontal to describe the degree up or down from horizontal. So just the measurement itself, regardless of whether you're ascending or descending with respect to a plane of reference, is a flat earth prerequisite measurement from horizontal. But we're going to ask globers if we're nosing up or nosing down. Who cares? The measurement itself proves Earth's flat. Because it's measuring a flat Earth.
No, you don't need to nose down.
Who cares? The measurement itself proves what we are measuring. With respect to the horizontal, so we've got to have a horizontal to be with respect to then. Yes, Earth's measured flat in this example.
Planes fly 2 degrees nose up. And we're sitting there like, bruh.
Like, bruh, 2 degrees would require Earth be flat. But if we describe how we're nosing up, therefore we can't be on a globe. No, we're measuring Earth flat. To be any degree from horizontal.
What? How does that work?
It's just a measurement that you've ignored. You're asking how it works because you're ignoring the fact that the measurement itself proves what the surface is. Earth's flat based on the measurement, but you're saying if we measure Earth flat and ignore how flat we measured it, I can ask how that works. It does just work though, doesn't it? There's no question to be asked. I'm sick of this shit. We are not in a debate anymore. There is no debate here, dum-dum. Earth was measured flat, and you're going to take that flat Earth measurement and ask how it works. Well, it does work, doesn't it? That's how it's done. So why are you asking how it works? That's how it's done. There's no need to question how it bloody works.
Nathan, he thinks he's on a ball, Nathan. This guy thinks he's living on a globe. Give him some leeway.
No, if you are dumb, and you, like I did, I was previously dumb. I'm just not anymore. And I'm going to start looking down my nose at dumbos. What's that? Why are you using a flat earth measurement to ask about your stupid belief? Why are you doing that? I am going to pour scorn on you and call you a dumbass. Because that's how I now view you. Stupid. Now, is it to say that I used to do the same thing? Yeah, I did, and I'll acknowledge that. I've got an air of humility. You are just stupid, and you don't know it yet. So I'm going to damn well tell you, you stupid fool, you're asking how it works after looking at how it works and describing a flat earth prerequisite in the functionality of how it works so you can ask how it works. Does that not seem stupid to you? It is. Meanwhile, you've got half a dozen or a dozen different flat earth measurements that have all been described and ignored so far. With me spitting feathers getting very angry about how flat Earth has already been measured 6 ways from Sunday to ask if we're on a bleeding ball or not, or how it would work in respect to a ball. Because he's got a belief in one, I don't care. You're ignoring every single flat Earth measurement that's been laid on the table so far to ask how it works. It's just dumb.
And how many times do we ignore in the Isle of Man? We walk past it all the time. He has trying to reconcile how this is working on a globe. That's his mentality right now.
That this instrument aligns to gravity.
No, it doesn't. You've already described how the instrument works, but because Angels of Weiss has asked if it will align to gravity, it doesn't. It remains rigid in space, or it wouldn't be useful. So no, why are you asking this question? That isn't how it functions. It's giving you a degree with respect to horizontal. That's what it's used for. But if we can just ignore how it's actually being practically applied, we can ask whether or not it aligns to frickin' gravity.
All right, stop. It's now nose up.
Correct, because you said we never need to nose down.
You need to keep the horizon at a certain level.
So I need to nose down.
So right now, the horizon cannot drift away from that line like it's doing.
So I need to nose down.
Well, you need to at least fly flat. You don't need to nose down, but you need to nose.
You at least need to fly flat. Now let's see if Angels of Dickhead actually acknowledges what this dickhead in his opposition has actually said to him. You at least need to fly flat. Yeah, we do. That's how it's measured. So when the globe-believing Dumbo says, well, we at least need to fly flat, yeah, that's because somewhere in his pea brain he recognises how it's actually done. Yeah? But I absolutely guarantee that fact will be whistled past.
Well, hang on a second, Hawaii. Do I need to nose down now?
So he's just had a concession. Well, we at least need to fly flat. It's not that you need to argue about whether or not you do that. We do fly in straight and level flight. These are facts. But as Angels of Weiss pointed out that the Glober has literally just said, well, we at least need to fly flat, if I could say it. No, he hasn't. He's asked him again if we're nosing down around a ball. Yeah, even his opposition knows Earth's measured flat, because that's how it's measured. But the game for the last 10 years was ignore all flat Earth measurements and ask how it works on a ball. So what's Angels of Dickhead doing? Ignoring the fact his opponents literally just said, well, it must be flat. Yeah, it is! That's how it's measured! Every single axiomatic principle that's been used thus far was flat!
How high? What's your elevation? What is?
Elevation is measured off surface level with respect to sea level. So what's your elevation? Your question requires a flat Earth be measured. You're going to measure perpendicular to a plane of reference. For height, that's what altitude is. But here we are, we'll have Angels of Dickhead ignore how flat this man has just asked for a measurement of. So we can talk about whether or not an altitude measurement with respect to a plane of reference, that's a flat Earth measurement, whether or not that works on a ball.
Plus it's on the screen.
What is your altitude?
24,000 feet.
From what, Dumbo? What, from this curved surface beneath you? No, you need a plane of reference. It's perpendicular to that plane. It's with respect to surface level. Measured from sea level. They're all flat Earth prerequisites. Without having a flat Earth to measure, you can't describe your altitude.
Yeah, that would have been the best time, Nathan. If he would have just laid it out the way you just laid it out, that would have been the perfect time. Maybe it would have clicked.
Nose down, yes or no? I told you.
From there?
Yes. Do I need to nose down? This is.
You need to go to at least level. You need to go to the level, not no.
Need to nose down to level. Second time's a charm. Will Angels of Dickhead pick up on it? You at least need to be, what, in straight and level flight, measuring a flat Earth with respect to the tool's axiomatic principle of remaining rigid in space to give you a horizontal to measure an angle from? That sort of you must be in level flight. Yeah. All we've done for 10 years is have both sides acknowledge flat Earth measurements for their position for or against a ball. Nobody's measuring a ball. We're only measuring Earth flat and then ignoring it.
Goes down, positive pitch, but you need to reduce your pitch a little bit. You don't have to make it negative. You just need to reduce it.
Sorry, a negative pitch, as in with respect to the horizontal, like a flat Earth prerequisite measurement. Yeah? If you're going to describe a degree up or down from horizontal, you're going to need a horizontal to have a degree described from. Earth is being measured flat and it's being ignored in every single instance. Old school dumbos who don't understand how measurements of Earth works. I'm sure Angels of Dickhead knows a lot about 9/11 though, doesn't he?
No, you don't. No. Hold on. Pitch is a signed value, brother.
Yeah, with respect to a flat plane of reference, that's what pitch is. Yeah? So you're going to now tell him all about how flat Earth you'll measure it so we can all ignore it from the globe side now rather than from the flat side. Let's see.
It is relative to the horizon.
So with respect to a horizontal plane of reference that you can acquire with the horizon. And if you don't see the horizon, how would you acquire that horizontal plane of reference? Oh, with a tool, like a gyroscope that gives you it in fixed space. Oh yeah, that's flat Earth measurement, isn't it? Yeah, but now the globe is using the flat Earth measurement that Angels of Weiss, the so-called flat Earther, has whistled past. Now the globe gets to whistle past it too, doesn't he?
If it's positive, your nose up. If it's negative, your nose down. But if it's zero, it is perpendicular to the gravity vector.
Sorry, perpendicular to a gravity vector? Sorry, do you not know what perpendicular means? But of course, he's been given this from Angels of Dickhead. Perpendicular to a gravity vector? No, you get to be perpendicular to a plane of reference. It's an axiomatic principle when in level flight. That you're parallel to the ground with respect to surface level and sea level. Not gravity. Not 110-year out-of-date notion that all things tend towards the ground. Not true. Not a bent pseudo-Riemannian geometry invented by an Einsteinian conceptual medium that a man came up with. Not true either. No, you've just got a tool that's already been described as remaining fixed in space. That's what it does. But what, it's perpendicular to a gravity vector? No, it's rigid in space. That's what makes it useful, so you can describe a degree from it. That's an angle. You think perpendicular to a gravity vector is giving you an angle? No, you don't get angles from curves. If you're perpendicular to a gravity vector in a bullshit ball that's been made with flat Earth measurements, then you're not creating angles, you dumbass. But that's what you get when you give the opponent the opportunity to beg the question of a ball after ignoring every single flat Earth measurement that's been laid on the table.
Planes fly with the 2 degrees nose up always, and you said we never need to nose down. I can show you the pitch data to confirm this. Now, in order...
So 2 degrees nose up? What, with respect to horizontal? Yeah, to describe that degree, you're measuring Earth flat, though, aren't you? You could end it here, but no, let's keep arguing.
For me to fly around this globe, this is now the view from reference frame the Earth, okay?
So, no, there was only one reference frame. It was a parallel eye level, surface level, ground level, sea level. Those were your frames of reference. There is no globe reference. But Dumbo Dickhead here is giving the opponent the opportunity to assume that there's a global reference. There isn't. There's only surface level and sea level. That's what we use.
So now we're going to... Okay, so it's just... I'm just going to fly the plane now. I'm going to resume.
And can you zoom out?
Yes, let me know when I need to nose down. Here's the pitch.
Okay.
What's happening?
Is it maintaining a constant altitude?
Yes.
What, like from measured sea level? Like a constant altitude perpendicular to a plane of reference? Measured with an altimeter off the surface level with respect to sea level? That sort of flat Earth prerequisite measurement that you're appealing to as a baller and asking a so-called flat earther about? You're all idiots as far as I am concerned at this point. Everybody in this discussion. They're all idiots.
So you're good. You're flying at a constant altitude.
So if you're flying at a constant altitude, then Earth is flat. But why would I put that as an argument? That's a fact. That is how planes fly.
That's good, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you're flying at a constant altitude.
So welcome to flat Earth. You're flying at a constant altitude, measured perpendicular to a plane of reference, measured from sea level, with parallel being the primary use to stop the planes crashing into each other. So we're already at the point where you could just welcome this dickhead to flat Earth. Willie? Let's have a listen.
Is that how a plane flies?
No, we're going to ask him if that's how a plane flies. No, we know how planes fly. Don't need to ask this dickhead. Just welcome him to flat Earth.
Noses up.
Nathan, I've had experiences like this with some people I know, and I'm not seeing this, but I can see the Glober guy, like a penny starting to drop because he's realising that as much as we're going over it and criticising it, but I think he's starting to realise that the Earth must be flat and it's not a globe. The penny's starting to drop, I think.
It is.
I'm not a pilot, but they probably nose up a little bit.
2 degrees. Do I need to nose down to get to 2 degrees?
Oh, yes.
Why?
You need to lower your pitch some.
Why are you asking this stupid question? We already know that you fly 2 degrees up with respect to the horizontal. And if you haven't got a horizon to establish that you nose up, you'll use a tool that remains rigid in space. That's called a gyroscope. Now, this isn't an argument. These are facts. Now, you can either start spitting these facts at people, or you can start utilising them, whistling past how flat Earth must be to use them, and then asking if it works on a ball. Yeah, that's what we've been doing for the last 10 years. Stop doing it. Just stop when you get to a flat Earth measurement. And that's all of them. Any measurement of Earth is going to be flat. There are no exceptions. That's how Earth is measured. If it wasn't, people would be crashing planes into each other. That's what would happen. They'd be crashing it into the ground. Now, asking whether or not we nose down is stupid. We don't. We've already got the measurements. You don't need to be asking this person across who's self-confessed not a pilot. So who gives a shit what he thinks? We already have the measurements. We already know how planes work. We already know how they measure Earth. It's flat.
So it's not going to be nose down.
Correct? So I need to nose down. I need to do this. I need to do
That's
this.
still not nose down. That's flat.
That's not no.
pitch
Hang on
zero.
a second. Hang on.
So here we go again. Third time's a charm. The guy's telling you we just need to fly flat. What, in straight and level flight? Yeah, we do. Yeah, that is how planes fly. That's the command they're given from ground control when they're told to ascend to a certain flight level. And they have to get permission to deviate from it. So we already know Earth's flat. That's how it's being measured.
A second. I was here, and I went from here. Did I just nose down?
No.
Why are you asking this?
Oh, you did reduce your pitch. You didn't.
They don't fly at 0 degrees. They fly 2 degrees nose up.
But to have a 0 degrees, you need a horizontal plane of reference to remain parallel with. You acquire it from a gyroscope that remains rigid in space. That's how you get an angle measurement. That's 3 different flat Earth measurements. Let's ignore all of them, I would say.
Then keep it at 2 degrees, bro. Jeez.
I'll keep it at 2 degrees. Now we're going to resume.
Then he fast forwards the simulation to real flight speed, 500 miles per hour, sped up 150 times.
500 miles per hour, like a distance in miles per hour that's ascribed to a speed. So you're going to need horizontal distance measurement in linear form for all of your described distances to give a speed to them. So we're going to use another flat Earth prerequisite in the form of distance in miles, and then ascribe a speed to it in miles per hour, and ignore how flat Earth must be for this measurement to function. And then ask about whether or not it works in a ball simulation. This is idiotic, isn't it?
Yes.
Times. And this is where things go nuts. As the plane moves across the curved model...
Right, why are we looking at how it moves across a curved model? We've already established that it's in straight and level flight, parallel with surface level, measured with an altimeter with respect to sea level. We already know how it's measured. But I know, let's ignore how flat Earth is measured and plug in these flat Earth prerequisite measurements into a simulation and ask if it works on a ball or not. It doesn't. But you already knew that if you knew how the measurements worked. I know, let's whistle past every single one of them so we can argue about whether or not it's a ball.
The nose slowly creeps upward relative to the horizon. Not down, up. And the flat earther goes, "Bro, if I never nose down, how am I keeping altitude? The Earth..."
So keeping a flat Earth prerequisite measurement from surface level, how am I keeping altitude? So let's ask, how am I keeping altitude? You are though, aren't you? Why not just look at what altitude is? It's a measurement that keeps the plane parallel to surface level. That's what altitude is. It's what it's used for. The ground control call out a certain height and you have to adhere to it. So these aren't things that are questionable by dickheads on debate panels. They're just how planes fly. They're measuring Earth flat in all instances. So let's ask questions about whether or not it works. Why? Planes are in the air already. They're flying. They're flying and measuring Earth. It is flat. That's what every single measurement is.
Earth is falling away beneath me.
Why are you asking that? It isn't. You've just described a degree with respect to horizontal. You've just described your altitude.
And the globe guy starts stumbling. Gravity vectors, trim, local horizontal, rigidity in space, trying to make it fit. But nothing actually matches what's happening on the screen. Because the attitude indicator?
Right, attitude as in how high you are? What, measured off surface level, parallel, perpendicular? Yeah, you've already got a flat Earth prerequisite measurement, but you're going to start talking about whether or not the baller stumbles around making it work on a ball. Who cares if it works on a ball? It is a flat Earth measurement. You didn't need to have this discussion.
The pitch data? It
is a flat Earth measurement.
Never shows downward pitch.
Sorry, it's a flat Earth measurement, though. So who cares what it shows, up or down? I already covered this.
Not once. And the entire Vans family, we're watching this unfold. And there's a moment we all look at each other like, wait, he actually has a point.
But no, he doesn't have a point. he's whistled past every single flat Earth measurement and asked you, a ball believer, if a flat Earth measurement can work on a ball or not. And when you go, oh, this flat Earth measurement can't work on a ball, like, hello, Dumbo, it was already a flat Earth measurement.
Then comes the knockout. He secretly...
No, the knockout is that you measured Earth flat 6 ways from Sunday. There didn't need to be a knockout, but it's because Angels of Weiss wants to sniff his own farts and seem intellectually superior to the man across him on this debate table. That's all that's really happening here.
Yeah, I agree, Nathan.
switches the system to a flat Earth model without telling the globe guy.
Horizontal
gravity?
horizon measurements.
To gravity. Local horizontal to gravity. Okay, great. Local horizontal to gravity. Let's resume it.
So my question to you, when you set it to 2 degrees, why is it not staying at 2 degrees?
Because
so 2 degrees as in a measurement with respect to a horizontal plane of reference that you acquire parallel with a tool that is rigid in space. You know, that's really interesting because that's how it's done. It's not like it's debatable. That is how it is done. Earth is being measured flat in this question. Why is it a question? I don't know. It seems really stupid to me that we'd question it when the measurement is what it is, a flat Earth measurement.
I'm not nosing down, and you said we don't need to nose down, just like the pilot said. Welcome to Flat Earth, Jorge. I'm going to reset it now. We're going to reset. Watch this. Just pay attention. This is your globe. This is the correct dimensions of the globe. I'm going to now fly the
Here's
plane
where I
again,
trick him and switch it to a flat Earth model.
I'm going to.
You don't need to trick him, right? You've got altitude measurements with feet attached to them in the description. Now, if you were stupid, you feel like what? You can have your audience say, oh, well, you just tricked him. Yeah, you had to do that because you wanted to argue against a ball. So you could seem smart. Look, I got a gotcha on him. Aren't I clever? I switched the program from being ball-shaped to flat. Sorry, it was a flat Earth measurement that you inputted in all instances, though, wasn't it? You had your feet off surface level. Sea level was what was used with an altimeter. The degree that you've been arguing about the entire time was with respect to horizontal, though, wasn't it? You don't need to be fart sniffing here, Angels of Weiss. Why are you doing this? Just point out how the measurement works. You see this feet measurement? That's off sea level. It's perpendicular to it. It's a flat Earth prerequisite measurement. What's that? Should we see if it works flat or globe? No. It is ipso facto flat. That's what the measurement is. It's a measurement from the surface level.
Speed up the timer. Okay, I'm going to set a pressure level like before. Speed up the timer to 150 times speed. Right?
Yes.
And now the plane is flying. Okay? And it's even drawing the pitch data. Okay? Now, as the plane is flying, does it need to nose down on a...
Why are you asking, does it need to? We already know that the measurement of pitch requires a flat Earth. So you take the flat Earth measurement, the angle with respect to horizontal, a prerequisite flat Earth measurement, and then ask if it is or isn't doing something. Who gives the tiniest of shits? The measurement itself proves what Earth is. So you don't need to ask this question. Just like sniffing your own farts, don't you, Angels of Weiss?
Yeah.
A flat surface.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't need to ask the question because he knows himself that what the answer is.
Is this how the plane... Wait, before you said the plane always maintains 2 degrees. Is this maintaining 2 degrees right now?
It looks like a yes.
Okay, that's a flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh.
Keeps the same altitude, same orientation, and suddenly the plane flies perfectly.
No, it was flying perfectly before this fucktard put it into a model. It was already in the air. You didn't need Angels of Dickhead to say, oh, look, now it works perfectly. It already worked. Do you not understand? We've already got planes in the air.
2 degrees nose up.
Yeah, that's what the planes were doing anyway. If Angels of Weiss was never born, the planes would still be doing that. It didn't need his affirmation.
Level. Stable.
Yeah, level. Like level flight. Yeah, that was already the case at the beginning of the discussion, though, wasn't it?
Exactly how pilots describe real flight. He turned...
Not how pilots describe it. That's how it is measured. You don't need the Dumbo pilot to affirm it. That's what it is.
To him and says, welcome to Flat Earth, Jorge.
Go to glow box.
So you said...
Flat, flat to the equator.
All right.
Maintaining 2 degrees. Maintaining 2 degrees.
Oh, I need
A flat Earth measurement.
to nose down for that, boy.
Down, what, perpendicular to a plane of reference and then an angle with respect to that parallel, that's a flat Earth measurement also. Just the word down is enough to prove Earth's being measured flat. To be going down, you need a horizontal plane of reference to describe that with.
Trim.
Look what you just said.
Oh, trim.
Wait a minute.
Hang on, he just said trim. Hey, excuse me.
That's wild.
Boy, when they trim the plane, they trim it to fly in the exact same orientation. Did you know that?
I'll take your word for it.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, that was the shittiest connection to a flat Earth ever. When they trim the plane, every measurement that he's used so far is a flat Earth measurement, and he uses trim. What a crap way to draw your conclusion.
Yeah, agreed.
So what do you have to say to that, Jorge?
Bro, that line, that hit like a truck, because the reaction said everything. The confusion, the hesitation, that moment where the logic kind of corners you.
Meanwhile, over here on Flat Earth Debate, there is no confusion, there is no train wreck, there is no suddenly I don't quite understand what's going on. Both sides used Flat Earth measurements in every point along this discussion path. So why is there any confusion? If it was pointed out that to have the discussion, you'd need a flat Earth to be measured for the altitude, for the pitch, for the plane of reference that you're describing down from, everything that's been used so far is a flat Earth prerequisite measurement. If that was pointed out, nobody would be confused.
That's correct, and you don't need logic. I don't know what he's talking about with logic.
It's measurements.
It just flies flat.
Look, we're not claiming the Earth is flat.
No, it's measured flat. It absolutely unequivocally is flat. It's not a claim, it's how it got measured on both sides of this discussion. So it's not a claim, it's a statement of absolute fact based on the measurements being used by everybody here.
We're not planting a flag anywhere. But when someone uses real math, real dimensions, real pitch data...
What, you mean measurements of a flat Earth?
And you watch the plane visually drift nose up on a curved Earth.
Right, you don't watch anything drift nose up on a curved Earth. Up is with respect to a parallel plane of reference. The height measurements with respect to a plane of reference. The degree that you describe it deviating from the curve requires a horizontal plane of reference. Everything that you've said is an acceptance, tacit though it may be, of how flat Earth can only be measured to have this discussion.
And you watch it behave perfectly on a flat plane.
It just does that. That's how it's been measured. It's not like you need to assess whether or not it'll behave perfectly or not. You've already got planes. They're already flying.
You can't help but raise an eyebrow. You can't blame anyone for asking questions. And you definitely can't deny when something actually makes sense. And in this video, the flat earther made sense. A lot of sense. And that's why we're reacting.
No, this guy just wants to be like like Angels of Weiss. You want to seem intellectually superior to your audience. Like pretend that you followed along with this stupid nonsense. Like oh right, look, I understand the logic and form of this discussion that's just took place. No, you're just as dumb as Angels of Weiss and his opponent, because you whistled past every single flat Earth measurement being used to ask if it logically made sense on a flat Earth. Now you want to profess to your audience how smart you are for following along. Yeah, you're not. I see you as just as dumb as everybody else on the panel, arguing about this stuff with flat Earth measurements being the basis for their argument, without acknowledgement of any of the flat Earth measurements that are being used and required. That makes you all stupid. Dead.
Just saying him on to say, well, but we're not saying the Earth's flat. When he's just, as you know, aside all the criticism we've given, he just wants the plane fly over a flat horizontal plane. But we're not saying it's flat.
Yeah, but this is what happens, and this is what Nathan's getting stressed about. Because it wasn't presented the way it should have been presented, stop whistling past all these freaking flat earth prerequisites, lay it down right in the beginning, and perhaps the guy would say, you know what, Earth is flat. He wouldn't say, well, we're not saying Earth is flat.
Yeah, you wouldn't have an argument then, Neil.
Not because we choose sides, but because logic is logic.
This isn't a logical discussion. It's no logic involved when you're talking about a plane measuring its height off surface level. That's not logic that keeps the plane from crashing into another one. It's parallel flight levels measured from surface level with respect to sea level, with horizontal being the way you accurately measure the pitch of the plane in this discussion. Now, it's not an argument. It's been made into one. In reality, we just measure Earth flat. There's no logic for you to sniff your own farts and pretend that you're so intellectually superior to your audience for following along the logical consistency. There isn't one. There's just 6 ways from Sunday when you measure Earth flat, and then ignore it so you can pretend that there's some logical inference being drawn. There isn't. It's just a dumbass ignoring how flat Earth got measured in every instance.
And when it lands clean, we feel it.
Right, when it lands, you'll be taking trig measurements, won't you? You'll be using a little triangle to calculate your descent path. That's another flat Earth measurement that requires perpendicularity for height measurement, parallel for the eye level, for their trig calculations to bring in a descent with respect to the plane of reference that they're flying over in a flight level. All of which are measurements. This isn't a logical consistency, you dumbass.
Now for the outro. Buckle up. Because here's the thing. The dual torus hyperrealm, or whatever conspiracy you're...
What? Dual torus hyperrealm? Oh my god, you're just a wanker, aren't you? Yeah. You want to use protracted words to sound smart. Dual torus? Hello, wanker.
Your uncle is sending you on WhatsApp. There's something powerful about watching real arguments, real logic.
It's not logic, it is measurements. And the fact that these dickheads use those measurements to ignore them and have an argument that you think is seated in logic just shows how dumb you are. You couldn't keep up with the flat Earth measurements being used on both sides either. You thought there was a logical consistency being offered. So now you can sniff your own farts and pretend how smart you are. Talking about your Taurus. What a bunch of shite.
And real simulations collide.
Real simulations? So do you think we need real simulations? There's planes already in the fucking air! You Dumbo!
No shouting. No insults.
I will do whatever the damn well please. You are a dumbass. I will shout at you and call you a dumbass. Now, you might hear this and go, oh, hold on a second, I don't feel all intellectually superior. Actually, I feel quite stupid for not recognising how flat Earth got measured in every instance. Now I've got somebody with a bald head shouting at me. Yeah, that's me. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm calling you a retard. That's right. You're not intellectually superior. You're not recognising logical consistency. You're ignoring measurements. That's what you're actually doing. Feel dumb, because you are.
Just explain this. And half the time, no.
Do I need to explain a flight? It's just in the air already. You think it needs an argument? No. No, they're definitely already in the air, flying parallel to surface level. That's already happening. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. It's not a logical consistency. But to not crash, they measure Earth flat. You have ignored every single one of those measurements presented from both dumbass anti-flat Earth side and dumbass anti-globe side. That's what you've actually done.
Nobody can. So to the Vans family, to the thinkers, to the skeptics, to the people who love asking, but does it actually make sense?
Right, does it make sense? You've already got planes in level flight! Why are you asking if it makes sense? Are you the kind of person that looks up at a plane and goes, does that make sense? Is that the kind of person you are? Because when I break it down like that, I hope you feel stupid. Because it is stupid. To look at a plane and go, does that make sense? It's just in the air, flying with respect to the surface level. They've been told to ascend to a certain flight level, and then they've got instrumentation that keeps them there, measuring Earth flat as they do so.
This one was for you. If you want more breakdowns like this, more logic tests, more reactions,
then go to this dumbass and you'll be fooled into thinking that flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements and pitch data that require Earth be measured flat in the first instance as a prerequisite is actually convertible into a logical consistency. If you want to sniff your own farts and feel intellectually superior, then tune into this dickhead. If you want to know how Earth got measured in all respects in this discussion, then come here. You can listen to me spitting feathers about dumbasses who think there's a logical consistency on offer. There's not. There's only flat Earth measurements on the table. It's just both sides are ignoring them.
More moments where your brain does that little click sound. Hit follow, stay tuned.
Sorry, that little click sound, what you're calling a little click sound, I describe as you sniffing your own farts. You think it's your brain going click, click, click. How smart am I? No. No, you thought you were smart, but you weren't. You're actually a dumbass who ignored every single flat Earth prerequisite measurement that was used in the discussion and ignored by them also. So that makes you just as dumb as them. That clicking sound is cogs slowly grinding to a halt in your dumbass brain. That's what it actually is. Give him 10 million subscribers.
And keep your mind open. Because whether the Earth...
Do we need an open mind? There's a plane going past. Keep an open mind. No, they've already figured out how to keep it from crashing into the ground, though, haven't they? Why do you need to keep an open mind about a plane flying? It does what it does, and when you describe how it does it, it measures Earth flat. That's what you do if you are on a plane. What's that? Keep an open mind about it? No, there's no need. We've had planes for quite a while.
Curves or stays flat, we're here...
No, it's measured flat.
Here for the truth, the laughs, and the madness in between.
No. There is only the madness instilled in this discussion by dumbasses who want to sniff their own farts and feel smart. Meanwhile, planes are still flying with respect to the horizontal plane of reference. They measure their degree for pitch from. They still remain in level flight, whether or not you think you're superior, by telling your audience to like and subscribe to you so you can have the click of your brain grinding to a halt. Look, dumbass, Earth was measured flat for the plane to be in level flight. That's all you needed to know. You just didn't recognise it because you weren't smart enough.
Van's family, we're out. Picture this.
Done. Right, comments.
It's not that he wasn't smart enough. Angels of Weiss did not bring it to his attention because he wanted to just be the smart guy and unpack the globe first. He worked backwards to me.
This was not a normie measuring Earth flat. Right. This is not what I want. Right.
No, the guy was a normal guy going over a video. I didn't say he was a normie measuring Earth flat.
Yeah,
but I understand your disdain, though, Nathan. I do.
Well, I don't want disdain. What I want to do, this is destroying the bridge I'm trying to build, right? Whoever keeps coming up with these videos, please can you stop doing it? Right, we're destroying a bridge and reintroducing this discussion in circular form where we go round and round using flat Earth measurements to ask if we're on a ball or not, and then assess whether or not Normie likes it. Who gives a shit what this dickhead... He's got a good mic, he's got an SM7B. But what he thinks about it is irrelevant. I've said this from our own side's perspective as well. It is irrelevant whether Angels of Weiss gets this or not. Because the plane's still in level flight, isn't it? Who gives a crap? If some Dumbo anti-glober says, well, look, welcome to flat Earth, who cares? The plane's still flying and will continue to do so, and its measurements will remain the same. It references a flat plane to fly. That's it. There is no discussion here.
I would have liked to hear his response to something like that. Like if he would have just broke it down every time the flat Earth was used and pointed out to the guy, would he even have had to gone through the whole video?
No.
I don't think so.
No, he got to about the first point where you measure Earth flat with the pitch and gone, well, we need Earth to be flat to measure the degree. Without it being flat, we don't have a degree to describe. Or if he got to the altitude, well, without an altitude measured perpendicular to a plane of reference, we don't have an altitude to describe. We need a surface level. Even in a dumbass ball belief, you still need eye level and surface level to remain parallel. Oh, what do you know? It's on screen right now. Earth is always, and without exception, measured flat. Even when you create the ball to believe in, you still require a surface level to measure. That's how it was created. The ball, that is. Your dumbass ball that you believed in up until the point that I point out. Every measurement of Earth is flat. There are no exceptions to that fact. Even when you want to believe in a ball, you still measure Earth flat to believe in it.
Right, and here's the thing. it left the guy uncertain. He wasn't certain that it's flat. He was questioning it. And it took so long to get to that point. That's why I think destructing the globe first, like a lot of people think they need to do, I agree. Just show them how it's measured flat right from the beginning throughout the whole thing. So there's no confusion at the end. There's no, well, it could be flat. It could be a globe. Nah, it's flat. Here's the measurements. That's it.
Just get me pilot data, not anti-flat Earth pilot data. Like, don't get me a scumbag, disingenuous, belonging in hell liar like Wolfie 6020, who lied about nosing down around a globe for 8 straight years. Don't get me a scumbag liar like Wolfie 6020. Just get me a pilot who describes how they actually utilise a gyroscope. That's what I want. Videos of pilots in this instance would have been far better as a choice of video to cover. So the pilot describes how he's remaining parallel to the surface level, how he maintains level flight as instructed to do so from ground control. That's what I'd like to cover, because that's just some guy not making apologetics for how ball-shaped it isn't, which is all Angels of Dickhead has done through this entire video. I'd rather have the pilot say, well, we remain nose up with respect to horizontal, we do it with a gyroscope. We're measuring our height off the sea level. Here's my altimeter. That's what I want to cover, because then we've just got some normie guy describing how he actually measures Earth. That's what I want to cover. Not dickheads arguing and saying, oh, I'm not a pilot, but he's got to remain level. So long as he remains level. It's like, my God, is this what we've got to deal with? Any other comments?
Yeah, that's starting on the back foot. I agree. I don't know. I must have been half asleep when I listened to it this morning.
It's more disappointing because Angels of Vice has already been here, so he knows what's what. And he chose the path he's on.
It's got old school versions of argumentation, and it's not necessary. They shouldn't be arguing in this way anymore, right? We're moving into 2026. We've figured out what the game was, and they're now playing into the hands even when it's been pointed out to you. If you keep arguing for how it's not a ball, they've won. Before you've even started the discussion, they've already won. That's what is needed to be done to keep it in an arena where we argue whether or not we're on a ball. And to do so, you have to ignore flat Earth measurements to do so. You have to take the altimeter, you have to take the pitch data and say, well, let's just whistle past the fact that this requires a flat Earth in the first instance and ask if it works on a ball or not. Why? It's 2026. Just know how they measure Earth. And then just point out how it's measured. Flat. Any comments from Discord? Seriously? Nobody's got an opinion from Discord?
Come in, Discord. I know we put you to sleep.
Don't think me spitting feathers is going to put anybody to sleep, Neil.
No, not you, the video. That's when they woke up, when you spoke. But listening to them, yeah, I retract.
Am I roboting or am I coming in okay?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Coming in okay.
Oh, no, I took a couple weeks off at Discord for the holidays and stuff. But when you guys started playing this video, I'm like, I thought you guys weren't doing this anymore. I just came in like halfway through.
Yeah, I agree.
And saw that it was Angels of Vice or whatever his name is. It's funny. But yeah, he used to hang out here. He should know better, but he doesn't.
Yeah,
it was
my
Adam
fault.
Price who recommended the video, so he will be punished appropriately, rest assured.
Who recommended it?
Mr. Adam Price.
No. Don't, I did.
I did.
I seen it and I thought it was good. I was half asleep. Next time I'll be FED'd up before I view a video.
The thing is, algorithmically, we are not presented with normie videos about celestial navigation, measuring trig points, using benchmarks in Ordnance Survey, mapping, surveying, rise over run. None of those things are algorithmically presented to us. They're very much kept separate. You've got to go out and look for them. And that's what I encourage you all do. If you want to cover a video, don't present what you've been spoon-fed from the algorithm. That's what this is.
Yeah, but I will say this, Nathan. This video that you've done is going to go out. I've shared it. Other people shared it. It will go out, and it will bring back results.
If you say so. I think
It's
we're far
time
better
next
off.
year.
For me, the most influential video we did this year, 2025, was the one with the guy on the mapping channel, where he was talking about measuring trig points. Because while he had a big smile on his face, he described in no uncertain terms his measurement of Earth being flat. He made no apologies for it. He made no disclaimers about it. He just measured Earth flat and showed you how he did it. That's what we should be covering.
Yeah, but the whole time he thinks he's on a ball.
He didn't say that, though, did he?
No, Jim did. Yeah, but this is important because people, they're still going to go back. They're stuck in old school. Like we said this morning, like one dick said, they're afraid. They're afraid that if they go forward with this like we are, it's going to be an end of their Discord server. It's going to be the end of
Still trying
their
to justify
show.
it, Nathan. Neil won't stop trying to justify his dreadful selection of video.
You've done the same. What are you doing, Central Goat? The amount of dross that you've presented. Come on. Seriously. Pot.
No.
Kettle.
I agree that it's a bad video, but it can be good because people need to learn the proper rhetoric today. You don't have to go take them on a globe to take them off the globe so they can question when they're back on the globe if it works.
Yeah, and
Can
in
you
order
validate
to do
that
so, you have to
claim,
measure
Nathan,
Earth
of
flat.
dross with an example?
I can't bring one out now. I'm sure you have presented plenty of videos like this, have you not?
It's a baseless assertion, then.
It is a baseless assertion, you're right.
Oh, boy.
Look, I'm allowed to use Ipsy Dixit, you're not.
That's the host fallacy.
Yes, I'm allowed to do as I say, not as I do. Right, anybody else from Discord got any comments on what we've covered today? There's some old names and some new names in there. Surely someone's got an opinion. If not, I'm going to round out this live show. In that case, anybody got any well-wishings that they want to pass on in regards to us now moving into the new year? On the calendar, at least.
Happy New Year to everyone. May God richly bless you with the knowledge of his son.
May God...
Don't forget to write 2026 on your checks.
Indeedy.
What checks? You got checks coming?
This is the year that they will respect the plane of reference.
You know, people that take my money.
Hold on, I heard refracted. Repeat that, refracted.
And this will be the year they respect the plane of reference.
Yes.
Well, I'm hoping so. And this video going out with people like me, I thought it was a pretty good video till I heard Nathan rail against it. And he's 100% right as I listen back. Maybe they'll comprehend and just how Earth is measured, and that's all we need.
The guy who just spoke, refracted curvature, just for the audience's benefit, is ground zero in terms of our modern rhetoric, right? A recognition that you can, as John did 2 years ago, 3 years ago, give their opponent every single concession ever in regards to their belief in a globe, because every single point that they ever raise will require Earth be measured flat. Now, I hope, refracted, I'm asking you directly, not rhetorically, that you're proud. You should have a sense of pride in this regard because you are the origin of this particular evolution in the discussion.
A little bit. I wish the flat earthers would accept a little bit more, but that's kind of shocking to me. Everyone's resisting it.
Yeah, that's what I said this morning. It's not even the ballers anymore. It's the flat earthers that stress me.
Yeah, and you summarised it earlier, Neil, when they will inevitably feel a certain sense of redundancy if they can't lord it over other flat earthers because they know better and have studied how Earth is not a ball and understand the intricacies of it and can unpack it. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to whistle past quite a few different flat Earth measurements to do so. But let's not highlight that is the attitude that we've had held against us in months gone by. Yeah, stop pointing out that I need a flat Earth for measuring this. I need to get to the point where I dismantle a ball. So yeah, I'm going to have to beg the question of a flat Earth that's being measured to make that assumption. And then I'm going to take that assumption apart by showing how it doesn't work. Stop pointing out that I measured Earth flat along the way. It's irritating me. That's what we got over the last year, didn't we?
Yeah, one deck received a brunt of it one time from Brian. I do remember that. And he was just pointing out that you missed that flat Earth there. You know, just like we always did. And he got very upset about it. That's when it really started to click that people don't want this. They want their own superiority.
Right, that's cool. Anyone from Discord want to wish any well-beings to people over the new year? If not, I'm going to round out.
Yeah, just to second what Refractor Kirch said, this will be the year that we ensure that the horizontal plane reference gets its utmost respect.
I'm kind of indifferent, if I'm honest. I mean, if it does or it doesn't. It's back to me screaming and spitting feathers about the plane. You know, whether or not our anti-flat Earth brethren or anti-globe brethren recognise the plane of reference that's being utilised, will that alter how the plane works? No, it definitely won't. The plane will still be in level flight, regardless if there's an acknowledgement from any side about anything ever. Earth's measured flat regardless. Wouldn't matter if you got it or not. Now, that might annoy some people. They might feel, I want to feel special. Tough luck. Earth will always be measured flat regardless of whether or not you understand it. Whether or not you whistle past it also. Whether or not you use it to infer sphericity and show how it does or doesn't work. It will still be measured flat regardless. It's not about people. It's about measurements. Earth was, is, and always will be measured flat. So a massive thank you to everybody who's joined us during the 2025 period of Flat Earth debate. Moving into 2026, it's going to be a good year, hopefully so. I've been Nathan Oakley. Stay tuned if you're watching on either Nathan Oakley or 1980 premiering streams.
For everyone in 2026 and on.
You say that again, mate?
What was that? I said I watched a video like 5 o'clock this morning.
Means Tony.
I thought it was pretty good.
Meant Tony.
No, I was just saying Angel should have gone the right way instead of the voice way.
Very good.
That's funny. Well, he was here for a while. He said he was only here for a couple of shows, but he was here for more than a couple of shows. And he chose to go with Big Ball Days.
Here for a few months.
He's all right. It's just
He was here for a minute.
tool. He's a useful tool for us to show the error of general flat earthing ways, and we're all guilty of it. So it would be hypocritical to not say, as I did throughout the show, we also did this.
I'm going to share this video with you know who, and I guarantee he's going to say, "Oh, this was great."
Yeah.
No, I tried to look for as much normie stuff as I could. I didn't look long, but I'm trying. I'm sorry for leaving some normal shit, but I tried.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
You don't have to apologize for a video. We went over it, and that's it. I've presented many a bad videos. Nathan doesn't want his blood pressure going up starting the new year.
The other one I shared was
what about that video?
nothing. Hold on a minute.
that video with the
I was
guy
just
that
saying
used
the other
to-
one I shared
Oh,
was
sorry.
an Australian guy trying to find north from I guess Australia without a compass, and he used 3 ways. He used the watch, I believe, and then I think he used 2 sticks. He basically made an elevation angle, and then the other one was just put a pin in water, if I'm not mistaken. And Yeah, everything needs flat.
The pin in water, then you run a magnet in a circle around the pin.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
I
That
guess
would
Muzzy, I watch
magnetize the pin, and then the pin will point north.
I need to find that video. I think it would be good for, just normies doing normal stuff and utilizing the Earth as flat. The one where the guy uses the sextant and he just goes over like just the very basics of how it's used and how to hold it and stuff. And you got to make your right angle triangle and you take your elevation angle. And then like the one where FTFE goes in his comments and starts yelling at him. I think that might be a good video because he wasn't like talking about Earth being a ball or flat. He was just showing how to use the sextant. I'll have to find it.
If Craig got there first, maybe we got there first. Maybe we've already watched it.
Possibly. I don't know. But, I mean, that kind of fits the criteria. It's just a regular dude just using a tool.
That's the only way they can do it, so yeah.
It is funny how Craig's just in there going, "You're doing it wrong," like getting all upset in the comment section.
Who's Craig?
FTFE, but it was hard to say. It kind of came out slurred for me, so I said Craig.
Oh, Fight the Tight Shirt. He's still around?
He's still there.
No, he was just in the comment section of a random video of a guy using the sextant. Let me find it. Hold on. I'll find it and post it in the chat.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the guys that can say, I always knew it was flat. He's going to be the guy that people are coming after with pitchforks. I was telling the guys yesterday, Nathan, when you entered the show, to buckle up, because what is being planned for 2026 and 2027 is going to knock everybody's socks off. NASA's going to give people what they've been asking for. They're going to show you footage from space of a plane in Australia. I guess the boat somewhere on the side of the Earth is supposedly going to show all these things that flat earthers have been yearning for.
Yeah, that's called future faking. It's a psychopathic technique. So what you do is you tell the person that wants the marriage proposal that they're going to get the marriage proposal next year. And for a period, that person feels the delight, the joy of knowing that they're going to be proposed to. So you say, well, we're going to go to Mars. We're going to go back to the moon. We're going to do all these things. That's enough. Just saying that they're going to do it. They don't have to do it. They've already achieved their ends when they say that they're going to. It's called future faking. It's a psychopathic technique.
Well, I don't listen. Back in the beginning, yeah, I remember saying that. Show me a plane flying upside down, antipodal, but not now that we have the measurements. But there are people that do want to see that. So NASA's going to feed them what they want. It's supposed to give ammunition to the ballers. It's going to devastate the whole conversation, if you want to call it that, worse than TFE did. If TFE did anything. Nathan, I don't think they're ready to relinquish their power.
This is why getting hold of these videos with normies doing their own thing in real time and have no bias or affiliated with any beliefs or anything really keeps these globers in check, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes. The last thing they need is to hear somebody who's not associated to Flat Earth just measuring Earth flat without any apologies. That's the videos I want to be covering in 2026 exclusively.
That's correct.
Just without the Brummie accent.
Those would be good.
Give it a rest.
We need to do more of them. What's Brummie? Is it Brummie like a guy from Brooklyn?
From Birmingham.
Yeah. But is it similar to somebody from Manhattan? Looking at somebody from Brooklyn with their accents? Because it's different from Manhattan to Brooklyn.
Pretty much, that's correct, Neil.
So the Manhattanites look down on us Brooklynites. So I'm going to have to side with my Brummie mate here.
The way we get around it as Brummies, although I'm not one anymore, I was born in Birmingham, is to self-deprecate. So you say, it's really shit here. Fucking hate it in Birmingham. It's rubbish, isn't it?
You got me nailed there, Nathan.
When was the last time any bins done?
About 6 months ago. That's recycling bins.
So what's a Liverpoolian? People that come from Liverpool, what do you call those guys?
Scouser.
Huh?
Scouser. Or,
What if you get a stereotype?
Well, the other term is, I think the other term is thief.
Oh, really?
Yeah, stereotype.
If you're being kind.
Is it sort of like people from Limerick or a bunch of people that wield knives?
Yeah, something like that.
No, that's the centre of London.
Well, I knew a guy who was from Limerick, and he said they called it Stab City.
Yeah, that's twinned with the City of London.
I have managed to squeeze my new microphones onto the shelf. Jolly good.
I've noticed you're loaded with microphones, Nathan.
Yeah, they're all going to go in a box eventually. I'll probably redo this back wall and put an extra panel in the gaps, like rearrange it so I've got enough gap for an extra panel. So it looks a bit neater. What I've been doing, every 10 or 15 mics that I flog, I keep one as like a rainy day fund. So eventually I'll have a whole bunch of microphones. At the moment I've got maybe 30, 35 mics that aren't for sale that I'll keep. And next time I'm really, really poor, if book sales do terribly or whatever, like whatever circumstance, I'll have a stash of stuff that I can just stick straight on eBay and have a working store again, because I've learned how to flog them on eBay. So should it ever be needed again, rather than having to spend 6 months accumulating stock, I'll have stuff that I can sell. So in a way, some of the mics that I like, the reason I've bought a couple of them is because if I ever have to be in that circumstance, it's like, well, those will be the first to get sold, the ones I've got multiples of. But I'll still get to, maybe keep one of them.
Why don't you just keep the store open, Nathan?
Because it's killing me, if I'm honest, Neil. It's just too much work. I don't have enough hours in the day to do it. So literally, almost every night, I'm up till 2, 3 in the morning doing microphones. And then, every single day, almost without exception, it'll get to today and yesterday during the show. Just before the live show started yesterday, I was wrapping up a microphone right up until the very last minute and getting frustrated with my wife because I couldn't get the printer to work. It's like, I've got to run a live show. So there aren't enough hours in the day. So there's an overlap between YouTubing and selling mics. So one of them's got to go. I can't do all of them, all of the things, all of the time. I just can't do it. It will eventually just be my demise. So I've got to, as much as I like paying the bills, it's just a means to an end. It's just being done while I get the book finished. That's it. It was only intended to be a couple of months while my friends helped me go through the spelling and grammar, as opposed to fuck me around for 12 months and then decide that it's their book. You know, that's what actually happened. Well, that's been very much to my financial detriment. Now, don't get me wrong, there's been people who've helped out over the Christmas period with PayPals, and there always is, generally speaking, people who, you know, support the show. And that is primarily the reason why that will always be my focus. Like, there's something very touching about having a community at all. As much as I make the impression that I don't need a community, you know, you're all on your own and we don't need to be in a group. Well, as a YouTuber, I've got a very different attitude. I absolutely have built a YouTube community. That's the way I see it. Now, the fact that that community is flat earthers is, to me, in my mind at least, separate. It's like, no, that is my YouTube community.
Yeah, it is. I agree. You built a nice community. Well done.
Yeah, but I like to hope that that's been built as a result of YouTubing about flat Earth, not the other way around.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. I mean, they wouldn't stay faithful if it wasn't. They see the work that you do. They appreciate it. I mean, I've always appreciated it. So you got Mike stashed aside just for a rainy day. So if you have to open up the store again, you're well rehearsed in how to do it.
Yes.
So
also,
it'll be easy.
That, and every single mic I've purchased, I've bought because I've gone, I'd like to own that mic. As in, it'd be nice to have it in my collection. Now, in almost every circumstance, I pretty much immediately put it up for sale after justifying it that I want it and would keep it. It's like, well, no, this then just goes up for sale. But in, like I say, 1 in 10, 1 in 15 or there or thereabouts mics that I've purchased, I do go, no, I will keep this one because it's paid for. Now, the other thing I like to do is, when I do that, is have it be the case that I've already sold a number of that type of microphone and have made more than enough profit to not only keep the lights on here, but say, well, you know, I've made, say, £100 out of selling that microphone. So if I buy another one for 50 quid, I'm still 50 quid in profit on that type of microphone. And I've got one for free so that I can potentially sell it at a later date if I need to. And if I don't, I'll keep it because I want to keep it. You know, it might be the case that my daughter's become musically inclined, and if there's ever a drum kit in this studio, then I can mic it perfectly and get a really good sound out of it. I just have to buy, you know, more channels on a desk rather than more channels on a desk, more cables, more stands, more mics, which would cost thousands if you just need to buy them there and then. But as I've been doing it for a year, that's something else I'll do. Once I've finished, in other words, once I've cleared out, I think I've got about 50 mics left for sale. When they're all gone, and I'm sure I've said this before, I've wound down the amount that I buy. So it's gone from me buying 2 or 3 mics a day to me buying one every 3 or 4 days to now I might buy one every week, if that. And I'm winding down to the point where I'm, you know, keeping the level topped up a little bit, but it is ultimately going down. So at one stage I had 100 mics constantly for sale, and that was definitely keeping the mortgage paid. Well, now it's dropped down to, I think I've got 53 items listed, and I think I've got 60 mics in total, because some of them have got like 2 of the same mic. But that will just keep dwindling and dwindling and dwindling. And, yeah. Then I won't have to do it anymore.
Before you said that about your daughters getting into music, in my mind I was saying, well, maybe his daughters will come up with a hit record. I mean, they got the advantage, they're English. The music is, you know, when you're English, it just comes out better, right? They might hit their first hit record, and then you're on Easy Street.
Yeah. My youngest daughter's...
roast chicken song.
Sorry, Wanda, go ahead.
I'm saying, yeah, give him the roast chicken song to do.
No. They're going to come up with their own.
Christmas song, hopefully.
Yeah.
Listen, if you got the music equipment there, they will eventually pick it up. I've witnessed it in my own home. I bought the stuff, and it stood in the closet, stood on the shelf for a while, but they took it down and began to play. And now they know how to play instruments. I just got to get them to play together. But it comes easy with girls. They usually team up. My two daughters did with singing, but you never know.
Indeedy.
And like I say, you got the advantage. They're English. They may start the next British invasion because music has been sucking over here for the longest time. There's no more good music. Where
There's
did the
always
fact
good
the
music.
curvature go? I'm sorry.
There's always good music, Neil. It's just there's a difference between you got to go looking for it.
No. I'm talking about music that changes the face of popular music. You never know when it's going to come, but it eventually will come. And it'll take you through a decade. Sort of like the Beatles. They changed everything. That was the first British invasion. The second one was in the 80s, correct? Now, since then, what have you got? There's no good music out there. I can't find any.
Right, I know you guys can't see this, but I'm just going to show Clover because she's got herself dressed up as a reindeer. She's holding a poo emoji, but come and sit on my lap. How cute is that? Where's your poo emoji? Hold your poo emoji. How adorable is that? You'll see you later when you watch it on the re-up. She's dressed as a reindeer. She's done a little face painting. Right, off you go. Bye-bye.
Oh.
Those are times that you treasure.
She came in and went, "Do I look like a reindeer?" I'm like, "Yeah, you do." Go.
I'm smelling very.
Right, we're going to keep the conversation going. Somebody's just offered on a mic and I'm just deciding whether or not I need to accept their offer.
Yeah, let's talk. I had to just I missed the last end of the Angel Weiss DVD. I had to just pop off and do a little job in the supermarket I'm working at. So yeah, it was a I enjoyed it.
Did you say DVD?
What?
You said the Angel of Weiss DVD?
No.
So
that's me, it's just me Manchester accent, mate.
What are you hearing? Central, you hearing voices?
I must be.
But yeah, you was pushing that video, Neil, didn't you? You was pushing that video because you liked it.
Yeah, it was me. That's why I didn't want everybody to jump on Adam. I mean, he put it there, but I thought it was good at 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it does just show you, though, doesn't it, what we spoke about earlier, going forward, where we are now, not getting into the globe. It's so easy to spot now, isn't it? I mean, I spotted it straight away. Well, Nathan jumps on it, but I was just about to jump in the first time he did it, went into globe world.
Yeah, but I knew Angels of Life was going to go into globe world because that's what he does.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
I was interested to find a video on your channel about examples where we measure Earth flat. Like I want to have like a list in my mind so I can, you know what I mean? Like I know we do it in celestial navigation, construction, when flying, and mapping and stuff like that. But I want to know more of these examples. Do you have a video on a channel like that?
Yeah, so far the only one that I can really direct you to is the one with the guy that covered trig points, which is a really perfect example that would satisfy your desire for a list. What I'd love to have is a playlist of about half a dozen or a dozen different videos where we're covering normies, doing celestial navigation, doing building and surveying, mapping. I mean, we did a little video about the Parthay video. That would probably be another one that we covered. I can't remember the title of any of these videos. But yes, there are certainly a couple of videos so far where we've covered just normies measuring Earth flat. I want a lot more. I want all of them to be that. So it's like, oh, we'll just look at any video over the last 2 weeks because every video has been about normies measuring Earth flat. But no, most of the videos that we cover are like today when we're covering somebody who's ignoring the flat Earth measurements to argue whether or not a flat Earth measurement can work on a ball.
What I might do, Nathan, is I've got a few that the few that I've put forward already that we've been through. I'll have them. I did send them, Jin. It might be worth having a word with DD. Maybe get something on the server where we can keep these videos. Even though we've watched them, we can refer to them and go back to them at some point. Because just because we've done them once doesn't mean we can't do them again in the future for the audience. So I've got about 5 or 6 that we've done, and I'm constantly looking. Not done anything recently with Christmas, and I've had things going on, but going into the new year, even though it's not a new year in January, I'll look for some more like that. But whoever was asking, was that Arthur, was it?
No. The guy's called 8 Queen.
8 Queen. So if you DM me, mate, if you've got me details, I can send you some videos, but I'll also try and get them on the server so we can just flick through them at our leisure and put them into different titles like Nathan's suggesting: surveying, celestial navigation, flight, engineering, whatever. Yeah, good idea.
But what is your name? Because when you're talking, the Nathan Oakley is the one.
One deck
appearing.
One deck. One deck in the area.
I mean, I cannot see where I can click on you.
Well, if you get me my detail, you'll get me on the Discord and the server. Just remember my name and get in touch with me, and I'll send you some videos over, mate.
It's weird when you're talking. I see Nathan Oakley looks like he's talking, but it's not Nathan. It's like someone else, but cannot see who I'm talking to.
All right.
Nathan has many heads
and many voices.
I just text there in the chat 8 Queen. So you can DM me there if you wish. I would like to see some interesting videos.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
I got you there, mate. Yeah, I'll probably do it in a couple of days for you, and then you'll have some. I think I was watching the one we covered, which we've covered it a long time ago, the celestial navigation one, which we recently did about the guy who was just going over the basics of it with the he didn't get quite to the third fix, that guy. I know Arthur used that on his video channel last week. He was going through that. It's a good one, that. So that's a good celestial navigation one. And you can see he's got lots of, you can see how he's, how it's making it clear that you're using sea level, the distances across the sea level of 900 miles, the elevation angle, the horizon. So it's a really good visual as well. And you can see how Earth most definitely has to be level and horizontal in order to carry out.
Thanks, One Deck.
No
Thanks,
problem,
One Deck,
mate.
and I will post the link both on the Master B as well as here on Discord.
What a guy you are, Flat Arthur.
someone said something yesterday about the infrared of United States, something. Elevation for infrared elevation points of United States, something like that. I heard someone.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Arthur. Sorry.
It's okay. Someone yesterday in the voice chat was telling they have a document with infrared elevation of the whole United States.
It was Surf Daddy given the elevation profile.
That's Surf Daddy.
Yeah, elevation
All right.
profile. You're going to need sea level for that, which will be level 0 degree baseline for all measurements across the Earth.
Well, how does that work
Sea
on a
level.
globe?
Sea level's a belter, isn't it? You know what I mean? Oh, you need sea level.
Well, like I was trying to tell Nathan, he was getting frustrated with that guy, but we didn't see it years ago. We didn't see when somebody said, "Oh, isn't it flat? But isn't it sea level?" We didn't. So we got to be a little more patient.
I know what you mean, and we did, and Nathan did get frustrated, and I did to a certain extent, and we can highlight that now because we're probably on the front foot going forward again with these things. But it was also as much as angels went around the houses and kept going on about, do I need to go nose down now? Do I need to go nose down? And getting into the globe rhetoric. I did enjoy it when I seen the guys' penny start to drop. And I think we've discussed this before. You know, is that what's needed sometimes to get certain? But it depends on your goal. Are you here to is that your role to convert people now?
But hold on, one deck. I know what you're saying, but let's just use this hypothetical. Say he goes in there and just demonstrates flat and level flight. Right? Just shows the guy straight away, no globe, no nothing, like a normie. Just showing him how flight is accomplished. Pointing out, you know, all the prerequisites that he went past in this video. I think it would have went over better. I think the penny would have dropped very quick.
Yeah. I mean, he could have even, before they got into the, Angels got into his demonstration or his point, he could have just, like you say, let's clear some things up. In my demonstration and I won't call it an argument, we're going to be talking about elevation and altitude. Do you understand what they are and how they're achieved?
Right.
So let's
break
clear
that down, right?
Let's clear that up because these terms are going to be coming into play. So I need to be sure you understand how we obtain altitude. So we agree it's a height above sea level. Fine. What was your pitch? So in order to get pitch, you can't have pitch without a horizontal reference. You'll need that. It's axiomatic to it. It's antecedent to it. You need the horizontal base for pitch. Do we agree on that? Yes, we do. Okay. And then just iron them things out and then go through. So when them things come up, he's already agreed to what they are anyway. Yeah. So there's no turning back at that point for the guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the penny would drop a lot quicker. What I realize now, watching it through with Nathan stopping and commenting, I realize now he's doing more damage than good because you're going on the globe with them, right?
Yeah.
Then you're coming off the globe and showing them how it's flat. Now you're going back on the globe with them to show them how, look, flight doesn't work on a globe. So you leave the guy like confused. And it's not even necessary. Just establish it right from the beginning. How Earth is measured, and I'm going to show you how. And this is how flight is obtained. I'm going to show you how. Even if you got to get into the lift effect, you get into that. Get into all of these things on a flat plane because that's how flight is accomplished. Don't ever bring them to the globe. Let him at the end. If he says, well, then how the heck are you doing it on a globe? Then he wasn't paying attention. Then you could pretty much say, did you hear anything I said?
It's like he was handing him, and almost, I'm going to give you I'm going to just give you a little bit here. I'm going to give you a bit of your globe back so we can continue to argue about that. I'll give you a bit of gravity if we want to talk about that.
Exactly.
And that's, just draw it. But Nathan's right. That is sniffing your own farts. I think Nathan
I have a question.
Goes on. Sorry, mate, go on.
How do you guys deal with someone who will say like, it's measured flat because it's so big, the globe? Like, how do you shut them off? How do you make them realize they're wrong?
When somebody agrees that it's measured flat, what do we do? Is that what you're asking?
Like they will say, for example, they will say that because the globe is so big. What if they will say that? How can we attack them back? Like, how can we prove them wrong that it wouldn't work, even no matter how big would be?
Well, ask him how they measure it then. The big globe. How do they measure it? Ask them. And what's used for
also in the
No. Listen to what One Deck is saying. He's telling them, ask them how they measure this big globe. And when they do, you'll see that they'll be measuring it flat. So they'll basically answer their own question.
Yeah.
So the whole world, like very, very large distances, we're measuring it flat. So it's just like that, right?
Yeah, it's measured flat for everybody, not just locally, as Simon Dan said. You have 1,000 people measuring it locally flat. So that's all you can do, measure it flat. The measurement of the surface of Earth is measured flat. Now, somebody might say, well, it's a globe and it's so big. How do you measure it? Well, we measure it with elevation angles using sea level. Yeah. Not a globe measurement. Elevation angle is not a globe measurement. Sea level is level. Yeah. Elevation above sea level. It's all everything they'll come back with will be a flat Earth measurement.
Correct.
Definitely. There's no. I'm not just saying that. I realized this a long time ago with the Greeks. Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni. Just ask them to. Tell them that's your flat Earth proof. Because it is. They've got nothing and it's great. You can just, anything they've got is nothing to do with a curved measurement. Nothing.
Nope. It's all flat. It's all linear. Everything.
And ironically, it's not just Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni, but even in modern day McWest Earth curve calculator, we see two parallel lines which are labeled surface level and eye level, with Dingleberry Earth hanging below the observer. So it flies in the face of the definition that Globers come up with, that level is defined as equidistant from the center. Because there we see two parallel lines which are labeled surface level and eye level, and they are straight AF.
Yeah, parallel with each other. Yeah, with an angle of depression between the two. That's the measurement they use to then calculate a globe. To tell you that you'll only see this far because of this. to suggest that there's a curve getting in the way of your vision, they'll measure it flat and horizontal. Good to just let them talk a little bit, because you'll just give them the mic, pardon the pun, Nathan. Give him the mic and just let him talk. Ask him for the measurements to describe how Earth is measured. And before you know it, they'll be telling you how Earth is measured flat. I'll put money on it all day long.
They'll be using those 30 words.
Yeah, and they
Then
can't
you
be
could-
using them 30 words.
Right. Then you could always demonstrate to them that there are no flat surfaces on a globe. That is controversial.
I think that would be a nice list that 8 Queen was demanding from us. That would be a nice place to start with. These 30 words, which you will find globers using day in and day out when they are flat Earth prerequisites.
Yeah, I'll send you that, Queen.
Yeah, and you know they've changed a few things. They don't say up no more. They say away. They don't say down no more. They say toward. So they changed their language.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, when we deal with
language.
Earth, the flight is moving down towards the ground, though, isn't it? That's how the plane's functioning. So they can say in and away, but in terms of how they actually plot a descent, it is so that they can go down towards the ground.
Yes, but that's flat Earth. That's not globe, Nathan.
Yeah, that's because we do measure Earth as a flat plane. So your belief in a globe requires you modify your language. Very telling.
Yeah, and definitions. You've got to change definitions and modify the language, which is just that's just all for their headspace. It doesn't alter the fact of how Earth is actually being measured in physical reality and the tools that are being used. Yeah, like a theodolite and for surveying, and total stations for surveying, sextants for navigating and measuring latitude to and from Polaris using sea level 0 degree baseline. Yeah, which is the baseline for all elevation profiles across Earth. That's what's used. It's a 0 degree baseline level. That's the starting point for all measurements.
You know what confuses me? They'll change their language, right? But why won't the penny drop? Why would you just change your language? You have to change your mindset. If you realize it and you say, "Well, we got to change these words now because they're saying we can't say up on the globe because there is no up. There's only in and out." Isn't that like a red flag?
But it's like McKeegan, isn't it? You know, showing his audience an elevation profile. I don't know. I'm only making it the distance from A to B across 0 degree baseline of sea level. Could have been 50 miles or more, but it was horizontal, you know, with the profiles above and below that. And he was demonstrating this, but he could clearly see it was horizontal, 0 degree sea level. But he had to say it's just easier to show it this way rather than,
that's strange.
in his mind. Yeah, in his mind, the Earth's curved, so it's not level and horizontal. Now, if the Earth was curved, it would be much easier to use the curve, obviously, because that's what you'd be using. So why would you want to use a horizontal baseline rather than a curved surface?
It's easier that way, one deck. Yeah, that's
just
that's an immediate red flag to me.
Easier. Remember the video we looked at that another one I put up? I'll send you that one as well, mate. The was it the triangulation? Was it the GPS? Yeah, and it was 2D, the Cartesian 2D grid system. You know, using circles of equal altitude, elevation, how GPS works. And we went through all that. He was showing how flat it must be, how horizontal it must be, how equal the circles are to find the receiver's position on Earth. And then at the end of it, he showed a globe and said, well, it's working on a globe, but it was much easier to show it in a 2D representation. So that's what they come out with. It's a globe, but we'll just explain it all as flat and horizontal because it's just easier. Now, if you're gonna buy that, I mean, you need to meditate on that and think, that's ridiculous to say that. That it's a globe, but I'm going to explain it horizontally. It's not normal.
Yeah, but that's how it was. That's how they trained us to be. Right?
Yeah, but there'll be people listening to that, Neil. Just normal, say a college student looking at GPS would watch the video we watched, and at the end he's been told we're on a globe, but it's just much easier to do that. Now the penny wouldn't drop with him. He'd just think, well, yeah, it must just be easier to do it this way, and accept that it's just easier to do it that way because it's more explainable. And he wouldn't think, he wouldn't start thinking, whoa, hang on a minute. You're telling me we live on a globe and you're explaining it hard. See, normal Joe won't go there. They'll just accept what they're being told.
Yeah, you know why? Because I was just thinking about this. That's an extraordinary claim that we live on a globe. So with something as extraordinary as that, you need to have reasons for things to be working the way they work, right? Because all our observations are on flat. But our minds are telling us through the schooling system and through the indoctrination that we're living on a ball. So now we have to try to make that fit in. And that's the problem right there.
Can you all be trusted while I go to the parcel shop to drop off this microphone?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying, One Deck, right? Because the guy today, going over that Angels of Light, that video he was doing, he is trying to reconcile everything flat that's being demonstrated to him, and he's trying to put it on a ball, right? That's what you're saying. It looks like the penny's going to drop.
That's part of why I shared it at all, was his eyes go from like disbelief to like fear, like uh-oh. You know what I mean? It's like it comes in different forms for different people. I do understand that.
Yeah, but he took him the long way though. Go ahead, One Deck.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I did say that's where I wrote the poem Sea Level. Sorry, I mean Mean Sea Level, because I was out having a drink one night with a friend of mine who he does a bit of DJing. He's a good friend, and we were he knows I'm a flat earther, and but we don't talk about it that much. We never come to loggerheads, but we got into the discussion this night about a couple of things that's we talk about sometimes in the topic. I think gas pressure came up, gravity, the Newtonian being superseded 110 years ago, and the bending of space-time in a fourth dimension, which nobody's ever observed happening in reality. So that was a conversation, but and then I think we got onto the penny started to drop with him and he's an intelligent guy. This guy, he's not stupid. He's intelligent. Well, say he's
Does he work with you, One Deck?
No, but I'm saying he's intelligent, okay. But he thinks he lives on a globe. But what I'm saying is, it came to the point where I was talking about sea level being the baseline for all elevation profiles, and then he started saying, "Well, it's not one level." I said, "Yeah, we've got mean sea level." He went, "Yeah, well, that's different levels. It's not all one level. You've got different levels, and it's not all constant." So he was trying to make out that meant it was curved. So I'm saying, well, different levels doesn't mean curved, does it, John? And I could see his eyes starting to. He paused and looked at me for a split second, and I could read his mind. The penny was dropping. So, and in the end, I said to him, "John, are me and you now going to start arguing about what level means? Are we going to go down that road?" And he stopped again and looked at me and said, "No." And then the conversation ended, because that's where I took him. He would have had to deny what level meant. Now, he's not in this arena as an anti-flat earther, so he's not going to go down there. He was just a normal Joe, but he was sort of
Yeah, but
nearly going there.
What you said is going to stick with him forever unless he looks into it, which he's not going to be able to not look into it now. You piqued his interest.
Yeah. So I'll leave it there with him now. And if he comes back to me with some questions, that's fine. I won't push him or keep prodding him, because that's not my job. The conversation came up that night. Hopefully he's listened to some of the things I was saying about gas pressure and containment and sea level. And it might have just planted a seed.
See, you don't have to do a thing anymore. He's going to come to you. The next time you're together, you watch. He's going to bring something up. Or if you're hanging out, you could just point to something. Like I did with the guy in the job. I held up a square. I said, isn't this something how a square works? He said, yeah. I said, yeah, isn't that something, though? You need a flat baseline for everything. He said, don't tell me you're one of those flat earthers. I said, I'm not telling you anything. I'm just telling you how it's measured. And you know, too, because I'm holding you this square. Now, you tell me how to use this square. What is something that needs to be present to get any type of measurement? And that was it. What happened was the other guy, the guy that I was working for when he came to pay me, he said, got the guy's name. We'll say his name is Philip, just for, memory.
I think Georgie.
We'll use George. George tells me that you're a flat earther. You're one of those flat earthers. I said, if that's the label he put on it, I was just explaining to him how we measure things, how we need a flat baseline for everything. He goes, yeah, but right away he went to space. Right away. What about the planets? What about the moon? What about the moon landing? So we're trained in such a way, and I don't know if it's through the indoctrination, somehow they put it in that when this flat earth comes up, these are the things you say.
Yeah. But I think going forward, like we're doing, is like you've just explained, I think that's the way, because you're a flat earther. No, I'm not labeling myself a flat earther. I'm just telling you with my research, that's how Earth is measured. I've researched it, and I found out Earth is measured flat and horizontal and level. Now, if you can come back to me with evidence that it's not, please do so, and we'll have a look at it. And they're bound to come back with Eratosthenes, right? They'll come back and say, "Oh, one deck, you asked me to look at how Earth was measured. I've printed this off the internet. This Greek guy 2,000 years ago measured the circumference of Earth." I'll say, let's go through it then. How did he do it? Well, he measured elevation angles off the surface of Earth. Well, is that a curvature measurement? No. Well, I thought you was bringing some curvature measurements back. Yeah, but he measured the circumference of Earth. Well, what did he measure? An angle. And did he measure a distance between 2 points? Yeah. All right, it was stadia then, but it's still a linear distance between the well and Syene or Alexandra or wherever it was. So whatever they bring back to you will be in reference to a horizontal plane, elevation angle, sea level, altitude, because they've got no other choice. That's how we've all had to deal with this place. You know what I mean?
No way of getting around it. Exactly. They're going to bring back Eratosthenes. Now, the penny might drop for them right there. You never know. Like when I'm dealing with somebody that builds for a living, it might drop for them right in Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni, whichever one they go to. When they see angles, they got to realize, right?
Well, as soon as you mention angle, what's an angle? Is it a curved measurement? No, it's not. So why are you talking about it? It's under 30 words, mate. But you don't have to get angry now. Just say, I'm not a flat earther. Don't label me that. It's just the way Earth's measured. I've researched it. I've looked into it. It's measured flat. There's no way around it for me. Unless you can find some other information to prove that statement wrong, I'll gladly look at it. Well, I found this Alberuni.
Yeah, he's
found
going
this
to come back
Alberuni
with
information
Alberuni.
one day. Well, what did he do, mate? Well, he measured the height of a mountain. Did he? What did he get the elevation angle out of that mountain using surface level? Well, yeah. Well, is that a curved measurement? No. All right. And then he worked out a dip correction from line of sight and surface level. Yeah. Well, that's got nothing to do with curvature measurements. I thought you was coming back with some curvature measurements.
See, you're a slickster one deck. You're doing an Angels of Light, but you're just right on the edge of it. You're not giving him his globe, but you're asking him for some curve measurements. I like the way you did that.
Yeah. Bring us your curve measurements, because they won't be curve measurements. You'll call them curve measurements.
Right. When he brings it back to me, I'd be like, these are all flat earth elevation angle measurements. What do you mean? I thought you were going to get me some curvature. Why are you giving me flat earth measurements? Are you the flat earther?
Yeah. Go back and bring me back some curve measurements, please. Right, I'll go and have another look one deck. But I've got some GPS information one deck. Oh, right. How does that work? Well, it uses a 2D grid system. Using circle equals of elevation. All right. So, where's your curvature? Oh, there is none. All right, we'll go away, look again, and then cook.
That also nullifies the requirement of any size to that dingleberry. No matter how big or how small that dingleberry is, it is axiomatically not going to apply to flat earth measurements.
What dingleberry?
Exactly. The other guy there on Discord was talking to us about it being a really, really big ball. So I'm just responding to that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But even that, I like the way one deck's taking it with the tangent. What the hell's a tangent?
Yep.
Now, if we're working on tangent in math on a piece of paper, I understand sine, cosine, tangent. But where the hell do I find that in nature? You can't walk around. You can't pull a tangent off a boat.
But that's where the word comes from. It comes from the word tangible. Tangible is something you can touch. Yeah, you can physically touch it. Tangent line isn't tangible. It's not something you can physically touch. You can see it on a computer screen in a computer program, or draw it on a piece of paper when explaining something to do with whatever you're talking about. But navigators, when they was navigating the oceans, did not have a tangent line in the pocket, a never-ending extendable tangent line that they just threw down and thought, you know what, I'm not going to use sea level. I'm going to use this tangent line I've got in my pocket. That doesn't happen. So all this tangent line they came up with is a load of nonsense that we fell for, and we let them talk about this tangent line. We shouldn't have done.
When navigators were navigating, they were not navigating a globe. They were navigating a flat plane.
Well, even the fact that they're saying, well, we use a tangent line. Well, so you need a horizontal line then, not the curve of the Earth that you're saying you live on, that you're navigating. You want to put a flat horizontal line across it. You can go a few ways with a tangent line, but it's not physical, just like the horizon isn't. So it ends there for me. You don't have to talk about any of the tangent line across a dingleberry.
I agree.
You can end it there. It's not
that
tangible.
ground position is important too, because when they get that ground position, where is that? Because you won't find it on a flat Earth. I mean, you will find it on a flat Earth, but you won't find it on their globe. It'll be somewhere in outer space or side space, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, a tangent line is used in computer programs, and you can draw it on a piece of paper, and it's just a line that touches one point of a circle or sphere. It's got one point of contact. to the sphere. Now, when you're doing celestial navigation, you'll have 2 points across sea level, which will be the observer's GP and the celestial GP. That'll be the horizontal baseline for the elevation angle. And that, that can be in a distance.
Yeah, where's that going to be?
Well, it could be 5,400 nautical miles of
And that's a
horizontal.
problem then.
Yeah, and that's
Not
just
for me.
that's just what. Yeah, well, it is a problem, and that's just the radius of the circle of equal altitude. One from where you are, the observer, to the GP that way. Now, going the other way, if there was another star with the same angle that you've just taken, there's another 5,400
Oh,
miles.
that's a problem then.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
That's
all
going to be a
horizontal.
north, south, east, and west problem for them.
Yeah, it's all a problem for them because nothing can work out. When you get down to the truth of the matter, yeah, that's how everything's measured from sea level, 0 degrees, baseline. Correct. Yeah, so I keep saying it. But that's all elevation profiles are measured from the baseline of sea level. That's how the world's mapped. That's how heights above and below are measured.
Tell me any other way.
FED didn't make this up. This was happening before we was born.
No, you're right about that. We just came to a realization of it, and we did not resist it. We admitted, like you said, that there's no argument. This is what it is, a measurement.
Exactly. If you don't like it, you have to lie. That's what it's come down to. You have to change your language and alter definitions. Now, AI is doing that as well. AI has got a part in this heliocentric nonsense because Tenth has put the show on a few weeks ago and demonstrated that. We've all done it. I've done it. Even when I can remember finding definitions of words 3 years ago from different sources, and I can guarantee you the definition, even from Google or AI, has altered. Because this is how strong and determined they are to keep the heliocentric lie alive.
Yes,
So
yes, they're not ready. They're not ready to relinquish it yet. It's all about power. I don't think they expected it to go as quickly and to reach as far as it reached. I think they thought it would be laughed at and ridiculed to the point where nobody wanted to be involved. I do not think they were expecting this.
No. And even the people with the final experiments. Now that probably did not us. That would have been, and I think it has probably. I think it probably did sway a few people, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, but it didn't do the job they wanted it to do. That's why they're coming out with these NASA images that they're supposedly coming out with in the next 2 years. They're not ready yet.
I've got a friend of mine. He's a fairly. I see him occasionally. He's a good friend, but I don't see him all the time. But he got into flat Earth. I don't know, 4 years ago, but maybe 3 years ago. But I sort of just keep him there. I've not sort of got him involved with the show or anything like that. But and he's not mentioned the final experiment. But I know he was going all out to talk to people. He was getting into arguments like we've all done. And I spoke to him a few weeks ago or last month, and he went, "Oh, do you know what? I'm not talking about the flat Earth anymore." I went, "All right, well, that's up to you. You don't have to talk about it. It's flat and how it's measured. That's the main thing." But I think, and he didn't say this, but I think there's a lot of people that have not realised the final experiment nonsense. and probably thought, oh God, yeah, well they might have a point, and I better just I'm going to curb this flat Earth thing for now, because obviously they've been to Antarctica, we've seen a 20-year. People have fell for that trap, and I think that was the whole point.
Yeah, they were trying to knock people that were either on the fence or just looking into it. They knew it wasn't going to affect us. Let's face it, they know who we are, One Deck. They know who we are.
Yeah. So people who were just climbing up the wall, just to get over the wall, to think, yeah, the Earth's measured flat, they've knocked a few people off with that nonsense. Who hadn't quite got to us, but was sort of starting to, maybe looking at.
Well, Nathan hit it on the head the other day. I like the way he laid that out. How they need us here, and because they can't just outright freaking people Earth being measured flat, because people will see it for what it is, right? So they have to wrap it up in science, right? So therefore they have the validity. The word science means validity, right? To them, science is valid, and they deny geography, but they have to do it in a way where it's not so obvious. Like, they need us around. They can't just abolish it, and get rid of us. You know what I'm saying? Because then they would be getting rid of their own. You know what I mean?
But like you say, Nathan's been restricted. We kept in a corner. You can't, even though what we're doing is, like we said in the show, the way forward now is we're getting normal people to demonstrate how it's measured and always been measured. Yeah, we're not forcing the issue and trying to debunk the globe. We're just saying this is how it's done. This is reality. Take a look at it. Take a look at reality. If we're going to show you.
And we may not realize it, but internet, and to be specific, YouTube is almost 20 years old, I suppose. And this previous video that I shared is about 13 years ago, long before this entire milieu of flat Earth globe Earth was ever there on YouTube. So it is always interesting, just to add to your point, One Deck, it is always interesting to have a look at really old videos where people are talking about celestial navigation. So this guy I shared the video about has a huge channel, more than 900,000 subscribers, and he is still active. He is still active and is simply a maths teacher. He teaches about maths. And in one of his videos 13 years ago, he was talking about celestial navigation maths. That is the title of the video. And it is crystal as clear that he's talking about 900 miles long baseline, horizontal baseline.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I reposted a few months ago when Nathan went over it. It's an old one. Temp's been over it. We all went over it. And there was them old ones are pretty good. And I think Nathan's comments.
I like the old one. That shitty old guy. That shitty old.
Yeah. So I mean, on the old one. Wait a minute. I forgot what I was going to say now. The old ones are pretty good because you probably didn't have this going on now where things were being restricted. And so
they were
it's just going back. Yes. Good point.
Everybody's knocking One Deck off his train of thought.
They were untainted, and I just wanted to add something, that there are videos that I've had a look which are like 2 years, 3 years old, but there, when people come to the measurement of flat Earth, they have to address it because they know it is a topic on the internet and there are flat earthers out there. So they do address it. Although we are measuring it flat, but because it is too big, it's all works out fine.
Yeah, it's just easier easier, mate, to do it horizontally and level. Obviously, anybody in the right mind would know if you're going to be measuring the surface of a curve, it's easier to measure it horizontally. I mean, it goes without saying.
That always troubled me with that. It's easier. I say, you mean it's the only way? change your verbiage. Not easier. It's the only way, and then we can agree.
Yeah, that's one thing that I know, Neil, that there are no horizontal surfaces on a sphere. I can tell you that.
That's correct. No matter what Harp says. I don't care how many dirt holes he digs out and puts pools in, or friggin' hangs tape measures. There are no flat surfaces on a ball.
And we get into a debate about prepositions of in and on and everything. My God, such a waste of time.
That's why I was trying to. Once he said he dug it out, well, no, you dig it out. All right, then it's not a sphere no more. Same thing as a rectangle. If you chop a big chunk out of the rectangle, it's not a rectangle anymore because it's not four sides connecting. So end it right there. Discord. Are you guys still alive in Discord? Feel free to interject. Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm glad you all feel that way.
It is pretty funny to me that to get slope for them, they have to use what can never slope.
Yes. Correct. What's interesting to me is that where would this guy Angels of Light be if he would have just hung around here? Right? He's going. Nathan hit right in the head. He just wants to be the one in a superior position, the intellectual one.
A guru.
Yeah, a guru. That's the word I'm looking for. Exactly. So who does it line up with? Guru Dave.
He's already said it, O'Neill, on the show that time. That's whether he was lying or not, I don't know. He explained it that he thought it was his purpose to get this message out to everybody, and that's what his purpose in life is, and he has to convert people. That's what he said on a show one day. So he's gone all out to do that, and he's thinking it's his job to do this.
Oh, hold on a second. He said that his job was to convert people?
I mean, I'm sure that's what his point was.
All right, so then what is he doing? So then what is he doing then? Well, listen, one day. Let me just make an illustration to you. Let me just put a little analogy together. If I'm going to make disciples of all men, I'm going to tell them how Jesus died for their sins, and they need to repent and be converted, right? They need to be born again into the kingdom of God. And that's it. I'm not going to take them any other place. So if you're telling me he has went out to convert people, then why is he bringing them onto a globe? Why is he debunking a globe? Why is he trying to deconstruct the globe, show people how it don't work on a globe, to bring them to a flat earth?
Yeah. Exactly. He should just be pointing out from point one that the Earth is measured flat. Yeah, pitch data will require a horizontal reference. Planes do fly in straight and level flight for miles and miles and miles and miles and thousands of miles, which is a linear distance, pitched up 2 to 3% angle above horizontal. So the Earth must be horizontal for that to happen, and it does happen. So there's no need to talk about an imaginary globe because it's exactly what I just said. It's imaginary.
Yeah, just like the Christian, I'm not going to tell them how bad Mormonism is or how wrong Jehovah's are. I'm just going to show them about Jesus. Just like angels should just bring them to measurement. I had this argument with Witsit too. Why are you going everywhere else and just, casually throwing in measurements? Put your flag down there. Plant it. Break it down for them. Don't just say it. Mean it when you say it.
Yeah, I had the same conversation with him. I said, Witzy, what you need to be doing is, I said, I have heard you mention and say in passing that the earth measure flat very, very quickly. And I said, but then you skip on to, I said, you need to stick with that point, Witzy. I said, that's my criticism of you. And this was me and him speaking. And he said, I'll take that on board and I'll try to do that. But I don't think he ever did.
No, because he feels it's important to prove that Earth is not spinning. You believe that? You have to demonstrate that Earth is not spinning because the world thinks we're on a spinning water ball. Well,
Go
ahead, Arthur.
I just covered David Weiss's old DITRH channel and read out his channel description, the about section, what your channel is all about. So although the link to his website and TV is flatearthdave.com, flatearthdave.tv, but in his description, nowhere does it say or use the word flat earth. It says deep diving into the helio-nonsensical model and debunking it or something to that effect. So he's very clear in what he's offering to his audience. It's not flat earth. It is the helio-nonsensical model and debunking it.
His show is called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole because he's a conspiracy guy. You'll find all kinds of conspiracies with him, and that's just what they want. Right? Make flat earth a conspiracy.
Yes. A quick glance at his videos tells you all about it. So I just randomly said that if you have a look, you are definitely going to find a video about free energy or something related to that. And both on DITRH channel as well as Flat Earth Banjo's channel, there was a video about free energy and how they are hiding free energy. You have to pay for it on a globe and all that shit. So they are swimming in the ocean of feast of nonsense in their channels.
Yeah, and that's why they got thousands and thousands of subs. They're working. Believe it, they don't realize it, or they do realize it, but they're working against what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, I mean, once you make a bold statement like Witsit saying, well, the Earth's measured flat, like really, like 10 times the speed of like normal conversation, you need to back that up. You do. You need to back it up and say, well, someone said, well, how was it measured flat? Well, sea level.
Hold on. All right. Hold on. Wait, one deck. Let's role play here. You're Witsit. All right. I want you to do your impersonation of Witsit, but with the mind of one deck. I'm going to be the guy asking the questions to you. Now, Witsit, I just heard you say that Earth is measured flat. No.
Well, everybody measures it flat. It's just the way it is. But when you go into the, if you look at the sun and the free energy and the magnetism, then it's obvious it's flat.
Yes. I don't even think I could talk that fast. All right, now let's now there's another person on the panel. The guy's name is One Deck. So now I'm the guy interviewing. Now I'm going to take it up from there. Excuse me, what's it? But I don't understand the word you freaking said. One Deck, can you please elaborate on what he just said? He said Earth is measured flat. Can I hear from you, Mr. One Deck? How so?
Well, we've got everything on Earth, yeah, that is measured. That's the heights of mountains, valleys, is all established from a baseline, a 0 degree baseline, and it's called sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level. It's an average level of all the oceans across the Earth, and it's horizontal. Yeah, and that's what we use for all measurements on this Earth. Yeah, height above and below, distances across it. Yeah, linear distances. So yeah, it's measured flat from sea level. It's been done like this for thousands of years. Okay.
And that's very simple how to do that, right? No, but the thing is, if you have an agenda, you're not going to do that because that's going to interfere with your agenda. Their agenda is free energy, ether. So they can't just establish measurements because that would take the focus off everything else. The penny would drop, people would realize, and what do you mean? What the hell has ether got to do with anything? Well, it replaces gravity. Well, you don't have to replace gravity. You just demonstrated to me how Earth is measured flat. So you just demonstrated to me that I do not live on a planet and I'm not in a solar system. So what the heck do I need freaking electromagnetism for?
It's quite simple, when you got free energy, the sun comes out. And it's measured flat, of course, everyone is flat. Space not good,
It really is that simple.
I think and I mentioned it in the show, I think people are actually scared. I mean, if you want to talk about free energy and magnetism and toroidal fields, yeah, with redshift, blue shift, and the plane of inertia running in between it, and we live in a torus field, that's fine. But don't, put it under another. We're talking about the actual measurements of Earth. That's our subject matter. Pardon the pun. And that's what we're talking about. If it wants to talk about whatever ether is and free energy, put it under, don't label it with flat Earth. Simple as that.
Yeah, see, but he can't, though. That's the whole thing. He can't even talk about them things because he has to bring it back to flat Earth somehow, right? Because he's a flat earther.
But if he's a jinx in the thing, then yeah. So they've already realised the feast of nonsense. And the advantage of bringing this into the feast of nonsense and conspiracies, like you pointed out originally, Neil. And keep it within that nonsense, and then everybody who gets into flat Earth is going to be labelled an absolute retard because 911, free energy, ether, magnetism not being magnetism being, just all the nonsense that the ice wall.
So then by the time you get around to flat Earth, it's just another conspiracy, isn't it?
Yeah, all these flat earthers are talking about absolute no nonsense. So it's all nonsense. It's all tarred with the same brush.
They lied to us. That's one that really gets my goat. We've been lied to. Where do you think you're going to go with that? Where is that going to take you by declaring on YouTube that you've been lied to? It's going to take you to a bunch of conspiracies.
But we've got it down now. This is what we're saying. So it's saying to Nathan today. We've got it down to measurements now. Yeah, sea level. Yeah, sea level's a great example of how Earth's measured because that is the baseline of all measurements across Earth. I mean, I'm not just making that up. That's what it is. Sea level is the 0 degree baseline.
Nathan literally had to keep stopping that video. That's how many times they skipped over the flat Earth prerequisite. That had to be frustrating.
Yeah, altitude. Where'd you get that from? Well, sea level. Oh, so sea level's level then? Oh, yeah. Okay, then.
And it applies 2 degrees above pitch. Where are you getting all this from?
Yeah.
But what we are not taking into consideration here is people who know that the Earth is measured flat, but still, for some reason, want to entertain. Because I also I got asked the same question to stream by another fellow flat earther of India, that I do understand that the Earth is measured flat, but when I talk to a normie and break it to him that the Earth is measured flat, the Earth is flat, then they would tell me, the normie is going to ask the question, but why would they lie? So many people have to be in on it, and we anyways have to deal with this question. So
yeah, but listen, Arthur, when they say that, the measurement isn't a lie, is the response.
That's correct.
The measurement is not a lie. Nobody's lying about the measurements.
Yep, I agree with one deck. Take them right there because they're not lying about that.
Yeah, stick with that one, because when they give you any examples of their so-called fantasy globe, they won't be lying about the measurement, because it will be horizontal and level. So nobody's lying about the measurement ever.
I know what Arthur's saying though. I do. I know you know too. They're going to come back.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
it's the same thing
but
that we have had to address it even here. You know, there are people here also with the same kind of an attitude, and we have had some really heated conversations about this topic.
Listen,
you know
that's what I'm
talking about.
Arthur, that's what I did to my brother immediately. That's the first thing. I'm telling you, the answers are ingrained in people. It had to happen during the schooling system, during the education system, because I didn't know anything about anything. When I hit him with everything, the last thing I hit him was, why? Why would they lie about that? Don't make any sense.
Yeah, but I'm just going to big myself up a bit here, because I think that I just thought of that off the cuff. That's a great response. They're not lying. That's the answer, because that's Arthur well brought up, because that's the biggest fear or the biggest response of people have. You're correct. Why would they lie? So we go. Well, they're going to try and hide the creator, and no, don't go down that road. Just say they're not. Measurements don't lie. Nobody's lying. Go and get me
they're going to come back with, yes, I understand. You're right. Measurements don't lie, but they're lying down on a globe. I understand the measurements are flat, but I go to my I go to pick up my kid from school, and I ask him where we're living, and he'll point to something on the globe.
Yep. So you're going to deal with that one then?
Yes. Yeah, but there is I'm trying to figure this out, because there has to be.
Well, it's not down to us to explain why anybody would lie.
Agreed.
I don't know why anybody would lie. Yeah, I will just tell the truth. Yeah, you can't ask me why they'd lie. If you go to somebody and they tell you they live on a globe, and you ask them for the measurements, and then they understand that it's flat and horizontal, but in the second breath they're telling you live on a globe, then you can ask that person, well, you've just explained how it's measured flat, but you're telling me it's a globe. Why are you lying? Ask them why they're lying.
No, but Wendek, let me break this to you and make it very clear that they are hiding free energy sounds a lot more interesting.
Flat out, these silly. Listen, Wendek, you're on it, man. That is it right there. I don't have to explain to you why people are telling you we're living on a globe. I'm just going to show you that we're living on a flat plane.
Yeah.
And you can't contend.
Yeah. Don't ask me why somebody else would lie. I don't know that answer to that question. All I know is I've researched how Earth's measured, and it's measured level and horizontally. And
oh my God. It's like I'm listening back to my live stream today, because I said almost exactly those same words some 4 or 5 hours ago on my own live stream. You just spoke words out of my mouth.
Well, there you go. That's syncretism. That's a message. That's a sign.
Yeah, I had a sign today too. When Nathan was talking about, I was thinking, I said, one day his kids will write a song and he'll be on Easy Street then. And then he says, if my children decide to play instruments, I was like, whoa, I just thought that. This is synchronicity.
Yep.
No, but I agree 100%. We don't have to explain anything. I can't tell you why anybody would lie to you about it. All I could show you is, and you could look for yourself, that Earth is measured flat. There's no way around it.
Yeah, it's like I said before, Neil, if anybody's approaching you, you don't have to start fighting them saying, well, it's obviously not a globe because, you know, if the Earth is a globe, the distance to the horizon could be no more than this far. And I've got a photograph here showing there's the horizon there, and there's the oil rig, and there's the horizon. So you're just saying, well, you know, you're arguing about a bleeding horizon that's not physical, that can't be measured to because it's just an apparent thing, right? So, but the actual measurements for mapping and all elevation profiles uses sea level, which is a 0 degree baseline. And if you look at Nat Geo, they'll explain that in the National Geographical magazine. If you Google it, they'll tell you exactly my words. And I've used some of their words in that poem. I pinched some of their words in the sea level poem. Sorry, I mean mean sea level poem. And they explain that it is the baseline of all measurements. And you know, apparently, I don't know for sure.
It has to be.
Yeah, but I don't know for sure. But I think what we've been told, which you can't trust everyone, that water and the ocean covers most of the Earth. So if it's all sort of level, and that's what we're using as the baseline for the land above and the valleys below, it's level. That's what we've had to deal with from day one. That's what we've had for the measurement from day one, sea level. And then we've used sea level. Yeah, then we've used sea level for navigation. Yeah, to get the horizontal baseline between the GP and the observer's GP. Or the elevation angle, and we know what an elevation angle is, and we can define it. So
you know,
yes.
You know something? As I'm listening to you, I'm thinking I'm still on the lie thing. Somebody says, "Why would they lie?" Well, let me ask you a question. When you demonstrate Earth is flat, what happens to global warming?
Well, it doesn't exist, does it?
So start looking into all of these things, and they'll answer their own question, right? Because and you wouldn't have to tell them, because once they realize that Earth is measured flat, they're going to start hearing things like global warming. They're going to say, "What the hell? What are you talking about, global warming?" They're going to hear things about how we're going to make another journey to the moon. How are they talking about journey to the moon, right? They're going to hear all of these globe references, and they're going to question them themselves. And they're going to answer their own questions. That's why they would lie. So they can lace their pockets with money. Organizations, look at all the organizations that get knocked right out of business if Earth is demonstrated flat for the world to see. What happens to all of these organizations? Gone.
So basically, in addition to saying that I don't personally know why would they lie, I think it should be summarized in two small points. All we could do is point out the fallacies. First one being appeal to motivation. Why are you asking me any question about someone's motivation when I'm just telling you the facts of the matter? And the other one is, how can so many people be in on it? It's a response to that question. It's simply an argument from incredulity, which again is a fallacy.
Yeah.
What do I have to do with your incredulity? If you can't believe that Earth couldn't be flat, that does not change anything about the reality that Earth is measured flat.
Right. That's why I say leave it to them. Leave it to them. Let it sink into them. When somebody catches on, when a penny drops to somebody, you leave them alone. They'll answer their own questions. Because the minute they hear global warming on their own, they'll be like, global warming? What the freak are they talking about? You know what I'm saying?
But I've been on others. I'm not calling politics here, but I'm just making a point. I have heard this in the politics of last year or whatever. Why would they lie? Well, and they do go down the road of hide the creator. Yeah. Have you? Do you not know all governments lie? That's another response from
hide
flat
the
earthers.
creator.
Yep.
All right, tell me how they hide the creator when the world is heliocentrist and most of them are atheists, but that's a Roman Catholic doctrine, right? The Big Bang. They said this. I heard a pastor say it. Big Bang. God said, "Let there be light." Bam. There was a bang, and creation started. So, how would that be hiding God, putting people on a globe?
I mean, I don't know. I know what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is a flat earther on another server, when responding to a glober asking him, why would they lie? The flat earther says, to hide the creator, or, well, and then going into conversations like, well, are you telling me the governments don't lie? We all know the governments lie. But so you're going down this fucking route of,
yeah,
you're going away from the measurement, and I don't know why people lie. I'm not lying. The research I've done comes back with sea level as being the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles. I've studied and looked into celestial navigation and sea levels used for that, for the baseline of the elevation angle. So the research I've done is telling me that Earth is measured flat, level, and horizontal. Now, if you can come back to me, Mr. Glober, or whoever you are, with any evidence to support your sort of belief that you live on a globe, bring it to me, and we'll have a look at it. And I'm going to go down the Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni and the GPS, and everything they bring back to me will not be a curvature measurement. So then I'll say to them, why do you think they're lying? Now you realise that they are. You go and find out why they're lying. I'm not interested why they're lying. All I can deal with is the facts of the matter of how Earth is measured. And I pointed it out.
They're going to entertain the fallacy, right? They're going to answer the questions, aren't they?
The best way to, I'm finding this more and more, and I've said it today, I feel so more relaxed with everything. The more simplified you can get with this, the better. Because that's what we've done. We're simplifying everything. And
that's something too. I just realized it too. Why would they be answering these questions? They want to sift their own thoughts. They want to be the gurus. They can say it all they want that they don't want to be, but the way they answer people demonstrates to me that they want to be the next guru.
Yeah, they want to build a channel up, get money. Oh, look at, I don't really know Angels of Weiss, but he wants to be like, oh, look at him, he's got this going on with the pitch data video, and he's fucking putting ballers to shame and putting him in corners where they can't fucking answer the question. And so that's his purpose, to do that, where we're just pointing out, well, it's always been measured flat. Everyone's measured it flat. All the so-called globe proof is flat Earth measurements anyway. You've got altitude above sea level, you've got sea level, straight and level flight, pitched up above the horizontal baseline.
That's the way to combat them, one deck. That's the way Nathan did it today. That's the way to knock these dudes off their high horse. By a video with Nathan responding the way he did, showing them how stupid it sounds, passing over all the flat prerequisites that you have passed over to put this guy back on a globe, only to take him off, to put him back on. How many times did you go, well, I have to nose down around the curve? The flat earth is seconds.
Because he had another point. His purpose wasn't to immediately prove flat earth. His purpose was to big himself up and undermine the glober and try and get some... it was pride and ego for himself, which is shit in it, Neil.
Yeah, that's why I think Nathan's video is great, because Nathan's responding and he's showing whoever's going to listen, look how stupid this guy is. He wants to be this guy's guru. Meanwhile, he's passing up all this perfect flat earth proof right there. And then he says, what did he say? When the guy said, what did he use when he said, welcome to flat earth? I forgot the word terminology.
Oh, the trim. You trim. You trim. Yeah. Trim.
Oh, really? Welcome to flat earth there?
That's just something you use to maintain your straight and level flight. That wasn't the big... I mean, Nathan pointed out in the first, I think it was 15 seconds, that it was into a flat earth proof anyway, so it could have ended right there. But listen, guys, I'm sorry, I'm going to go. I've just got to jump in the shop and get some bits. My missus is on the case to get some stuff on the way home, so I'll Happy New Year to everybody, even though it's not New Year because we're in January. I'll say that again in April. And have a good one, and see you later.
Later, one day. Flat off. Take over the reins, flat off.
Sure.
What was your live stream about today? You said you had a live stream.
About pretty much what we were talking about for the past 2-3 hours here. And there were many parts where one deck was just taking words out of my mouth directly from my live stream, where I also had to address someone who was coming up with, although I know that the earth is measured flat, still people whom I try to talk to always come up with things like, why would they lie? And how can so many people be in on it? And I just simply said that I don't know what their motivation would be. At the same time, pointing out that it is an appeal to motivation. It is simply an argument from incredulity. So we were having that discussion here today as well, immediately after my live stream.
Yeah, just point out how all we could tell you is it's measured flat.
So that's another thing that can't we really say that we are keeping things simple here? In addition to what Nathan says, that it's not that serious, Earth is just measured flat, we can also say it's not that complicated either. It's simple. We have a horizontal baseline for everything, right?
Right. That's what we've been saying. And that's what's bothering a lot of the flat earthers, because they don't want that. They want to be the guru. Big kahuna.
And that you can't be that without complicating things, because only then you can claim special knowledge of something, right?
Right. Agreed. But I think simplifying it, because it is simple, hit the measurement, and that measurement happens to be flat.
I think that was exactly Nathan's sentiment yesterday when he gave your example, that the common man understands it. When Neil gives his approval that yes, the earth is measured flat irrespective of everything else, then it should be quite clear to everyone out there. Right.
Yeah, but we're robbing the gurus of their superiority. Ryan said it to us. He said, well, if you just say it's measured flat, you're making me redundant. And when we were pointing out, he'd be making some complex example about Earth's not a sphere. And then one deck would say, well, you're measuring a flat Earth there. And Brian would say, stop telling me. I know we're measuring Earth flat there. You don't need to tell me in the middle of my example of how Earth's not a ball after I've used a flat Earth measurement to make it a ball, so I can undo it being a ball with my superior knowledge, that I've measured Earth flat in the process. I don't need to hear it. That's what he'd say.
All that we are doing is letting them sniff their own farts and not partaking in it.
You stay under the blanket by yourself. I'm out of here. Yeah, I remember that incident. One deck said that he messaged him and apologized. But yeah, I remember that. I was like, what's going on here? But yeah, he did admit that if we just could say it's measured flat, then we're irrelevant. Well, guess what? You are. What do you want me to tell you?
Yeah, the planes will still be flying. The map makers will still be producing maps. The navigators will still be using the stars. The surface level will still be flat. Sea level will still be an average level. It'll all still function exactly as it has always functioned without any interjection from us. So what's our purpose, if that's the case? Our purpose is to make sure that Flat Earth can continually be mocked and ridiculed by us being the conspiratard idiots that talk about our belief in a flat Earth. That's our purpose here. When we break it down, it's like, so we aren't needed to make Earth flat for the general populace. No, we're not. Well, why are we here then? So we can be mocked.
Correct. Yep.
Hasn't refracted been the main one that has modeled this behavior or this attitude that we're talking about right now? Wouldn't you say?
Modeled this behavior or attitude? What do you mean?
Well, when you never hear from him until he basically comes in once in a while and says, "Oh, you're going to need a horizontal for that." And that's it, right? Or am I mixing him up with...
He was public enemy number one. I remember. The guys weren't liking it. Guys from our own panel were not liking it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is that just that general attitude and yeah, this is the way it is. You can argue your globe all you want. I'll accept it, whatever. And I'll just point out at the end that you'll need a flat Earth for that, to shorten it up. But basically, that's all he's doing, and that's essentially the base model for what we're all discussing here today, which is that we just need to keep plugging along and pointing that out and not getting embroiled in the anger that we've got for other flat earthers that are trying to be the next guru. And all they're doing is pushing back because they perceive Nathan as being the head guru telling them what to do. Not that that's what you're doing. I'm just saying that's what they perceive. And that goes all the way back to Whitsitt, who, that's when he first disappointed me, was when he was smart enough. He was an excellent debater, and total pride was his undoing by not understanding the correction, admonition, and wise counsel from Nathan's idea that we need to push, and all we need to do is push the truth that the Earth is measured flat. That's the way it is. Whitsitt was already well established as the next guru that people were following, and he just couldn't have that. There's just no way.
No, he came after.
There's no way that other people
said, let's work together.
Say what?
He came back after the 24/7 sun nonsense and wanted to work together.
He said that?
Yes, indeed.
I checked his channel the other day, and I don't think he's posted anything for 3 months.
No, this is fresh off of 24/7 sun, right? The whole iffy final experiment nonsense. He came into this server when we were over by Righteous and wanted to work together.
And what came of that?
Nathan told him to fuck.
Nathan told him to take a walk.
Is that when we were talking about the ping pong golf balls?
Nah, this is before that. Nathan, or it might have been after. I don't know. Whatever the timeline is. Nathan told him, we were there for you. We were telling you Now you want to work together?
Yeah, at the point that he's hated on both sides, then he wants to build the bridges back up that he burnt. I'm like, you having a fucking laugh? When you were popular and could have assisted us, you didn't want to fucking know. Now that everybody hates you, you want to know. All right. No, get lost. That was my attitude.
Well, he's on his own. He's got the opportunity. I mean, it's not. I mean, you haven't copyrighted Earth's Measured Flat, I don't think.
It's
No, but he
it's
doesn't
worse
want
than
that, Jeff. That
right? It's not that it's copyrightable, right? In a self-deprecating way, I am inconsequential to how Earth gets measured, aren't I? Makes no difference if I'm here or not, does it? It'll still be measured flat.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes, absolutely not.
Right.
That humility is, even though you say it boldly, that humility is what we all need to understand. Even the YouTube gurus that are trying to become, famous channels. The irony is that you've got what should be another one of those famous channel, or not famous, but huge channels, for the purpose of this topic, and you're not, because of the algorithm, et cetera, and all that stuff, and also because there's a certain perception of you as a persona, as a character in this program, in this show, that naturally precedes you. You can't help it. You are what you are. As Witt's what he is. Weiss is what he is. Everybody who has a program in the internet world, and the YouTubers, has to have this hook, this character. It's just the nature of the beast. So, it's
Witsit has his own agenda, Surf Daddy. Witsit's agenda is he wants to be the one to discover free energy. He's promoting ether. He's promoting this freaking toroidal field, this electromagnetism. Therefore, you don't need gravity. Gravity answered, right? When all he has to do is demonstrate how Earth is measured flat and everything else goes out the window. He's even admitted that, but he won't do it because he's on this free energy kick. He wants to be the guy. He outright said, I don't want to sit here and talk about elevation angles. I want to move on. I want to discover things. I want to be this great guy. Well,
then
he's on his own agenda.
And that's his program. We're talking the difference between Johnny Carson and David Letterman. Or Saturday Night Live versus whatever, Full Colors, whatever.
You need to present to me one debate where you could tell me Witsit did a good job.
There were several, but that's a subjective call. Good job in this arena when you've got dumb globers and you've got somebody that's relatively good at forensic debating. I mean, actual real debating, and his head knowledge of stuff, and the fact that he talks too fast, which is, I think, a negative.
Witsit reads the first page on everything. Go to Oliver Heaviside. Go to the other guy, Jabba the Hutt. What's his name? I forgot his name again. That freaking what's his name? Wheeler. Ken Wheeler.
Ken Wheeler.
Go there. Yeah, look at a few of his things, and you'll see where Witsit gets his little diatribe from.
Oh, okay. I've seen Ken Wheeler. The thing is, I don't follow him. I found some of his stuff pretty interesting, but I didn't like his show and how it was presented. And for Witsit, years ago, I haven't watched him since probably 2 years before TFE. I was slacking off on being entertained and informed by him. And Yeah, but that's just my preference for his show, his program. Like I said, Johnny Carson versus Letterman versus Leno.
Yeah, we caught him outright lying. Once I catch somebody lying, I got no use for you. It's like the other three guys over there. Once they're in a lie and they're in a deception and they're proven to be what they are, I got no use for them. I cut them off.
Yeah, I've done that throughout my whole process of going through all this. I've gone through the skibas and the sergeants and I lasted about 10 seconds on Patricia Steer. Only just got through Mark Sargent who did his original 10 proofs and stuff.
Welcome back to our heroes.
Just touched into that. Yeah, but I have a no guru policy. I just, if they're entertaining and put good information out there, that's great. And that was, 8 years ago or 9 years ago as I was going through the process. Skiba was the same thing. A lot of good stuff until he started going Torah crazy in his seed programs about the Nephilim and stuff. But it still got good stuff. But I bailed as soon as it started going off the track.
I bailed when he went back to the law.
Yeah. And I think everybody does that naturally on their own path. And everybody's on their own path. There's still people starting with Mark Sargent, and or John Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs, Robotham, I went through them too. Great book. But what, you move on as you go through this walk, this process, as Nathan will probably outline in his book.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying because I got it. Go ahead, Arthur. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. So, but see, even if you are a no guru person, that is not going to stop other people's from claiming that you do have a guru simply based on the fact that you are also saying something which is getting said by Nathan Oakley and the panel members here. So that's what happens to me. I got called a Nathan Oakley fanboy, and just like one deck also says that the elevation angle guy. So these are things that we have to deal with. And while I'm at it, I would also like to add, Nathan, you asked what was my live stream all about. So I covered a few of the clips from your previous live streams as well as one from 2 weeks ago where I had to go to the after show. But yes, it was about drawing the line between anti-globers and flat earthers. It is unfortunate that we have to speak in the terms of so-called flat earthers and true real flat earthers, but we shouldn't have to. Either you are a flat earther or you are not. And that is what I am going forward with in 2026. And with that, I will bid adieu to all you guys because it's an hour to midnight here in India. I'm going to have a few drinks with my friends. Have a good time, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. See you later.
See ya.
Happy New Year. And I will echo what you're saying exactly. The only thing I would add would be that I think, though it is unfortunate that we have to start drawing lines, who's the anti-glober, who's the anti-flat earther, who's the flat earther who is still in the feast of nonsense, all these divisions of levels and stuff like that. It's unfortunate we have to do that. What we need to do is humbly continue to just point out how things are measured and how we've been measuring these things forever, using normies and doing it in a way that is not so much like today's video was, or today's topic and the video we were covering and stuff like that. Very much enjoyed it. Good show and stuff like that. What I think gets in the way as we move forward is the need to point out this flat earthers just being like they would just point out the measurements and just be done, right?
That's not it, really. I don't think it's that way at all. Lead with it. That's all we're saying. Lead with it. Plant your flag there. Demonstrate it.
Right.
We went over it.
Yeah,
We were role playing, and one deck was doing it. If you lead with that, the penny will drop, and if it doesn't, then it's on him.
Right. Well, and that leaves the impression, I'm just thinking this from the outsider view, it leaves the impression we're telling the flat earther, we're telling angels, dude, you're doing it wrong. But he is. You're doing it wrong. Do it like this. We're telling him what to do. And man, I don't know how to say other than just
We're not telling him to do anything. He can do it whatever way he wants. We're demonstrating to him how foolish it looks. I mean, listen to it.
Yeah.
He's bringing them.
Right.
He's
Oh, yeah.
going onto a globe with them.
And that's frustrating. That's why I bailed on Weiss years ago, is because I couldn't stand. I mean, it was good. It was entertaining. It was something to watch when the app would put up a video. Oh, here's the new video. Here's the new video. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's cool. And that's, I was in the feast of nonsense. But that was my path. But man, I cannot today even just stand to watch a few minutes of that stuff. And it's hard for me to watch a perfectly good example of angels, doing this demonstration thing and flubbing it up. I'm embarrassed for him. I'm hopeful that he'll actually take some advice. But again, I'm also realistic in knowing that anyone that's trying to get a presence on the YouTube is not going to take the advice of someone, even if it's the best advice and good advice, good wisdom, right? I'm gonna push back because I've got to establish my own show, my own character. All right, Johnny Carson, Letterman, Leno. They've each got. I'm just going to do it. Yeah, I understand. I'm got to do it my way because I've got to. People aren't going to watch somebody who is a Nathan Oakley clone.
Yeah, but that's a bad comparison because we're talking about reality here. You're talking about talk show hosts interviewing other celebrities, and they did it their own way. But this is reality we're talking about here. When you have the opportunity to demonstrate how Earth is measured flat, don't pass that up. You got an audience. You got a guy sitting there going through the video. Can you imagine if he would have just stuck to the points everywhere that guy skipped over? If he would have just stopped, planted his flag there, and explained to him that everything comes from mean sea level. When he says the nose, pitch up, pitch to what? Right? If he would have stood on each of those points, we would have never got to the point where the guy said, how does this work on a globe? He would have been in a flat earth the whole time.
Right. Well, well, I've got it on my mind. Yesterday's replay show, I think, and Nathan, this is, it's fresh in my mind. The show, I think you played it yesterday. It was the whole Uncut and After show where you covered the guy doing the rise over run on the topographical map.
Right. That's the one that at the end we're going at it with Jin. Yes.
Yes. Without Jin. Yeah. 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 I'm going to suggest a short on that, cutting out the part where Jin presumes the guy's a baller. It's like, well, duh. that I'm not going to lie. That was entertaining, and I was kind of cringe with that because it's like, this is such a great review. Nathan's going through it, and I felt Nathan's pain. You guarantee this guy believes he's on a globe.
All
He
the
didn't
while, he
say
believes he's
that.
on a globe.
And I hate this because we all know what we're talking about. And I love you, Jen, but you take things personally. But because you take things personally, that's why Nathan likes you. That's why we put up with the stuff. Man, he and I went at it yesterday after show, and it got intolerable at a point. Still love you, Jen, but anyhow, before we squirrel on this, that particular segment, that needs to be the model. That needs to be made into a 5-minute short if you can do it, and just basically cut out everything. And all you need to leave is the guy. The guy. I mean, I just listened to it. I didn't even watch it. I was working in the barn, and so I could listen to it as audio. But all I can remember is that he had the map. He was drawing the lines. He was using the scale. He was doing rise over run. He said all the right words and all that stuff. That particular video with Nathan calmly and without interruption, just pointing out, he's measuring it flat. Oh, there, he's rise over run. That a vertical over this. In every part of that segment needs to be made into a short, or at least a 5 or even 10-minute video that's calmly putting it out there, that doesn't wouldn't give the normies the impression that Nathan is ranting. It needs to be just calm.
I was thinking just the opposite. I was thinking he should take things with a light video today and make that a short.
No, because we're having so many. That's the problem with this whole paradigm that we're trying to think about how to go forward on, is that we're also having to deal with the anti-globers, the flat Earth gurus, and the perception of the perception of the flat Earth gurus from the normies, and all that stuff. And we're kind of dealing with that, and we're dealing with personalities and things like that. All that needs to be done. I could send a video like I'm describing to all my friends. I would post it everywhere. That if it could be as devoid of here's the Nathan Guru, telling us what to think and say. All right. I'm just saying that perception. Almost all the pushback I get is that you're just a Nathan cult guy. That's why I was agreeing with Arthur. You're just in a cult, and Nathan's your leader. And I know that's projection, and I laugh at him, and I point out that that's not true. I have no gurus, and that's all projection. I battle that back and laugh it off. But that is, I think, the impression that normies get in this when this topic and arena comes up. I think instructional videos that are using the normies, like this topographical map guy and the angle, just how to hike up a mountain. I could show that to my son, who's skeptical, but he does mountain climbing and marathons. I can't even say, did a 26-mile marathon. That's linear miles. That's straight. That's flat. But you climbed this mountain and you did this elevation. You did rise over run. I can't even talk about that stuff with them and make sense with them. But I could, this video, just nice and calmly pointing out, they're measuring it flat. And that's how we have to do it this way. And look, he's a normie. So for what it's worth, I'm just saying that model, that style, at that particular video, we should, or I'm looking at as, I'm not telling everyone what to do, but I'm looking at as a model for the style and general tone of how Nathan, as a presenter character of the FED brand on YouTube, could focus more on as the year progresses. That kind of deal. Now, the things like today, where we're looking at the what are we calling the new flat earthers? These anti-globers, basically.
Yes.
That kind of, okay. The anti-globers, that we want to do better. We want them to do better.
Right.
I don't think I don't think we should tell them that we want you to do better. We want you to do better. They're not going to do that, because that's like Johnny Carson telling Leno that, you've got to do it the way I did it. All right.
I'm going to round out on that note. It's a good note to round out on, Surf Daddy. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's extended after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.